stuff on them, but they have these little silk cloths that they usually come with like some of the more priced
like
glasses.
an eyeglass case. Yeah, I got some from
Yes.
All About Eyes, but it's like at a certain point I have to get all the oil off of them and then use that cloth. Then it works fine. Yeah.
Oh, then okay, that sounds like you're doing too much. I don't know how to help you with that.
And yes,
No,
Tammy, I'm trying to grow a beard, but it doesn't, straight on it looks like it's happening. But if I turn to the side, you're like, hey, what's that? So I don't know if it's gonna work or not. I'm gonna give it another month and see what happens.
Well, my husband got out of the military a little over a year ago, and so he started growing a beard. And it's been a real adjustment for me after 26 years of no facial hair.
All right. I got my beard oil and everything. The little mustache and stuff coming in good, but the rest of this stuff, I don't know. Look like I'm just brushing my face. Hey, Jen.
I'm giving you any hints on this? Deshaun seems to be the expert on this.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask Deshaun. He's somebody said that he was a part of he has his own brand or something that he does with it.
Yeah, he does. Wolfmane.
Wolfmane, okay. Hey, Darlene, will I be able to? I don't know if MC is on here. Will I be able to share my screen?
I'll allow it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I mean, as far as the IT standpoint, I have no idea though.
Oh, so you just messed with me. Okay, I got you. So who do I need to, is there an IT person on?
There is an IT person, Aaron. I'll see if I can get a hold of them.
Okay.
You want to share your screen when it comes time for your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Darlene?
You should be able to, Aaron. You just need to hit the share screen at the bottom of your screen thing there.
Okay.
Darlene?
Yeah, Stephanie?
Yeah, I have a quick question. It's been a while since I've been the reader. 2 questions. First of all, do I have to move the items or in this one, or do I need a first and a second?
If you're chairing the meeting section, usually you don't do the motion.
Okay, so I have to get both. Okay.
You just ask for a motion, and then
I couldn't remember.
You can read them all and then ask for a motion.
Okay, yeah, I just couldn't remember which one was which. And then for this day, we just need simple majorities and everything, right?
Everything except budget amendments right now.
Oh, okay. So the budget amendments, I didn't know if they needed the 2/3.
Amendments have to have 15.
Even in the cow, or is that just at the full board?
Well, no, the full board. So the cow can pass them on, but if it's not unanimous, it'll be not on the consent agenda anyway.
Yeah, I know. If it's not unanimous, it won't be on the consent, but a simple majority gets it to the full board, at which point
yes.
okay. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Just because there wasn't the little stars on this one, so I just wanted to make sure I understood the requirements. Thanks.
Megan, are you in the building?
Yes, I am.
Would you ask the IT person, or do you know if Aaron can share his screen for his report?
He should be able to. Give me just a minute.
Just when he's ready to do his report, but
Hey, everybody. It looks like Emily Rodriguez is in attendees instead of panelists. If someone can move her over.
Before we get started, is anybody else using an iPad? I need help with keystrokes. Any computer savvy people? Bueller?
what do you need? We can hear you.
Instead of having to touch the screen, is there a keystroke you can tell me for video or audio?
Logged on, there should have been joined by audio and joined by video, and you have both of those because we can hear you and see you.
I'm joined. I'm just looking for easier access on my end instead of reaching out and touching you guys' face to turn it off.
Can't help you there.
All right, 6:34, so I'm gonna start the meeting. Sorry about that. Me and Megan are at Brookins, and we had to figure out some technical issues. Call this meeting to order. Clerk, could we have a roll call?
Coer. Esri.
Present.
Furtado.
Here.
Goss.
Present.
Harper.
Here.
Humphrey.
Here.
Ingram. Oh, goodness, I'm sorry. King.
Here.
McGuire,
Here.
Michaels,
Here.
Pasalakwa,
Present.
Patterson,
Here.
Paul,
Here.
Rodriguez,
She seems to be an attendees
oh,
instead of as a panelist.
change that.
Sure.
You said she's under attendees?
She was a minute ago. She may have tried to sign back in on a different.
Maybe check to see if she signed into the closed session Zoom link instead of using the panelist link. Not that I know how to do that, but
Okay, I'll go on with this first. Store,
Present.
Straub,
Here.
Summers,
Here.
Taylor,
Here.
Forsland,
here,
Wolken,
Here.
Ammons,
Here.
and is Rodriguez here now?
She's back in attendees and she has her hand raised.
I think I got skipped too.
And Rob.
Here.
Rodriguez,
Here, sorry. I didn't get the link.
my apologies.
All right, is that everybody? All right, perfect. I need approval of the agenda.
so moved, Horsland.
Second, King.
All right, first and second, is there any discussion on the agenda? All right, seeing no discussion, clerk, could you please read the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Pasalakwa,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Forsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes. All right, we need approval of the minutes for the regular meeting on November 10th, 2020. Could I get a motion?
So moved, Michaels.
Michael?
Second, Straub.
All right, is there any discussion on the minutes? All right, seeing none, clerk, could you please read the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Pesalacqua,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes. All right, now for public participation, for members of the audience in the attendees section, if you simply raise your hand, and then I will call on you and Megan will unmute you. And there is a limit of 5 minutes, and per county board rules, we don't respond directly to public comments. Benjamin Beaupre.
Hi, everybody. Watched the facilities video this month, the facilities committee video, or the public for that matter. The sheriff had a presentation on the safety issues, and the packet had a overview of the safety issues they're dealing with in the main and satellite jail. That's really worth taking a look at, not just for the safety of the people housed there, but also the staff. They've been pulling off a miracle, not during COVID crisis. It's a Dale's video. It is. There's been 30,000 COVID deaths just in the first 11 days of 2021. Not since your last meeting. Since your last meeting, which hasn't even been a full month, there's been 68,000 COVID deaths. That's a typical flu season in just a few weeks. Not even a typical one. That's a bad one. Just in a few weeks of deaths. Not counting the people, suffering from all sorts of medical problems and strokes and clots and amputations. That's just the deaths. I've been begging and pleading for people to take this seriously and tell the truth about it. I was very livid to see that party leaders and even a county board member were going against the rules in a public display, mocking them. One was even dressed up as a child's icon, a hero of safety, and then trying to attend another event, putting families in danger after a event that had maskless people indoors. There's video on the online, they shared it as a speakeasy, a literal event to break the law. And, they were promoting grifters and snake oil devices to get around COVID rules. It was really disgusting and shameful. We really need local leaders to stand up for the truth. And, we've seen this week what happens when these lies spread out of control, not just in the deaths of COVID inflicted people, but deaths of officers, a fascist lies promoted locally and nationally by the heads of party, by local party leaders, by county board members. This isn't something that's hurting you on the ballot locally because people are confused that Trump's at the reporters to your constituents. Just because they believe the lie, that's not true. You need to do this for your safety. The president was elected, and you can't overthrow the results because of conspiracy theories on the internet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Bambenek.
All right, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. John Bambenek, Champaign, Illinois. You know, late in your agenda, you've gotten a meeting about the county recorder's office. You know, as many of you know, I'm in support of consolidating unnecessary and duplicate forms of government. In reading Mike Ingram's post yesterday, interestingly posted at work hours and got very close to breaking an ethics rule in terms of doing politics in on state time or county time. He mentioned the transition from Mark Sheldon to Mike Ingram, which is about a month, involved the professional staff basically getting a new boss, and it was able to happen in a month. The resolution that you have written that's before this board today, if the voters decide to consolidate this office, that he would continue in office for 2 years, collecting almost $200,000 in salary, more than that if you include benefits, probably close to $250,000, to be in effect an in-office retiree for 2 years for a job he transitioned into for 30 days, and a transition that involves the professional staff just getting a new department head. That obviously is a sham, and everybody involved knows it's a sham. Aaron Ammons is a smart guy. We may disagree on a lot of issues, but he is no slouch. He can pick up what he needs to pick up in the same amount of time that a privileged white man in the name of Mike Ingram figured out the job. So I hope that at least 2 of you decide to amend that date to something more reasonable, that if the voters decide to get rid of the office on April 6th, that, I don't know, May 31st or whatever appropriate payroll deadline. I think May 17th is the end of a pay period. End it on that day if the voters say yes. And the professional staff who did the job on May 16th will do the same job on May 17th and just have a new department head. And you'll actually accomplish the mission of reducing a duplicate form of government that you campaigned on, instead of shamelessly trying to get $250,000 more of salary and benefits to be an in-office retiree for 2 years.
All right, is there anybody else who, from the public who would wish to speak? Okay, looks like we had Judy. And you have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I want to speak in reference to and be the voice for a dog that was killed at your animal control on either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. His name was Dada. His life did matter. It can't be listed as an accident, an unfortunate accident. The fact that people are upset about it, none of that really matters when it comes down to the fact that this dog was killed. And this dog was killed for inaccuracies in getting information across, but in also it was killed because of somebody not doing their job. Not only is Dada a really huge concern, and what happened to him for your county, it is also a huge concern of the numbers that your animal control has. For example, of the dogs you killed last year, 71% of them have one breed. They're pit bulls. I checked month after month after month, and you have more dogs coming in your shelter that are euthanized each month that I checked than dogs that are sent to a rescue or adopted out there. It gives the image of more of a slaughterhouse than an animal control that is there to be there for the people and the animals. Animal control is not supposed to be just standing up and protecting people. The goal of animal control, according to the state, is to protect animals too. I also want to tell you that I have talked to 2 wardens at this point, and all of them know, both of them know, that they have a huge concern if a dog from their shelter, which is an animal control, gets adopted into Champaign County because of the stories they've heard in the animal control world is that, especially if it is a pit bull or a large breed dog, it's a death sentence. Like the chances of the dog making it out alive are not high. And according to your statistics, so this isn't just questionable facts. These are facts. These are facts that are reported. 71% of the dogs euthanized are pit bulls. More dogs are euthanized monthly than sent to a rescue or adopted out. That shows a huge problem in your animal control. And the last thing I want to say is that you might think Dada was just a dog, somebody's dog. Okay, so what? Oops, it was an accident. That's not the case. This was a family member of somebody who expected to come on Monday because her dog was supposed to be kept safe and warm. And instead, there was a frozen dead dog on Monday. That is beyond an accident. And if somebody can euthanize dogs so easily with at least making sure they're supposed to be euthanizing the dog, then you have a huge, huge problem in the way your organization is ran. And I'm not speaking unknowledgeable. This is what I do. I work with animal controls. I know their numbers. And I know all the information is public, so you can find out any of that information. But the worst thing is because of the inadequacies of Stephanie and Darlene, who is supposed to be over animal control, a dog died. And not just one, but many dogs died. But in this case, this dog, according to your ordinances, we're supposed to have 7 days. I don't know if they make up their own rules and decide it's 5 days. And even at that, I want you to think about something. Does a dog just deserve 7 days? I mean, if you're not full, what about 9? I mean, why does it have to be that you have to kill a dog? And I read everything. They have to have a health issue or a behavioral issue. Well, I don't know, like when people go to jail or when a dog gets in this scary place, can you really read the dog to know if it has a behavioral issue that fast? If it's a health issue, what kind of health issue? That's pretty broad for somebody that can euthanize dogs so easy. Has a health issue. Okay, well, what? Demodex? Does it have a broken leg? Does it have an ear infection? Does it have any of the types of things like hip dysplasia? A health condition is a pretty broad term to decide, could give one person the power to decide if that dog's going to be euthanized, especially when, I don't know, when was it? I have a link of all the puppies that they killed too. And in that case, rescues take puppies with parvo. If they're going to say, well, the puppies had parvo, puppies with parvo go to rescue all the time. I transport dogs everywhere. Why a county as big as Champaign County is not using rescues and networking to try to save their dogs and instead just killing them, I have no idea, but it's not safe in that county for a dog to live there. And honestly, Dada's death was not just a mistake. A life was taken, a life that could not speak for himself, that they could grab and do anything they want, whether he's crying or doing whatever. All they have to do is give him a shot and he's dead. There's nobody to speak for him in there. That's
Judy,
it.
your time's expired.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. Next I have
I'm gonna
Amy.
mute myself.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. My name is Amy Hatch, and I am a resident of Champaign, Illinois. And tonight I wish to add my voice to the concerns about the recent animal control actions. There truly is no good excuse to ever kill a healthy, adoptable dog, especially during this pandemic, in which the pandemic puppy is a huge phenomenon, and adoptable dogs have been rather difficult for many to come by. The fact that the alleged accidental euthanasia incident that brought us to worldwide attention happened over the Christmas holidays and after the owner had been identified only lends to the horror, as well as to the shame brought upon our county by this department and its overseer, Executive Clopel. This was all done using our tax dollars too. I'm furious this happened even once, and it's an understatement to say I'm shocked and dismayed to learn in the weeks following this incident that this mistake is an all too common occurrence with our animal control. Years and years of callous euthanizing of people's pets are being shared via social media now, as well as allegations that AC employees are possibly taking dogs to use for breeding programs. I don't know if any of this is true. It's awful to read these stories, and as a citizen here, I demand to know if they are true accounts and if Champaign is possibly going to face further potential liability or embarrassment over any of them. It was quite painful, frankly, to read every single statement issued by Executive Clopel regarding the tragic Christmas incident, all of which contained an abundance of excuses, along with much pity for herself and the AC employees, and barely any sympathy for the actual victims of their alleged mistake, Ms. Monica Lopez and her beloved dog, Dada. The press releases made this now international incident even more embarrassing for our county, in my opinion. If it was indeed a mistake, the only statement issued by anyone ought to have read something like, "We are so sorry, this never should have happened, and steps are being taken to make sure it never occurs again, and that those responsible are held accountable," period. I'm completely against any threats or harassment that Ms. Clopel and Animal Control may have received, and I expect that there would have been none or very little if the executive's multiple statements that she released had contained any sincere sounding accountability or remorse for this so-called mistake. In fact, I honestly feel her handling of this entire situation calls into question her ability to properly perform her duties as our executive and to honorably and truthfully represent we, the taxpayers of Champaign County. This is why I'm grateful that our county board is stepping in and calling for a long overdue investigation into our animal control department. To be honest, I didn't know a lot of the stuff I've learned since this incident, but I have, and this investigation is important. I'm also pleased to learn you have plans to rewrite the animal control ordinance in the coming year. I fervently support this, and I hope that all our citizens and board members do as well. The bottom line is that if animal control is indeed doing things humanely and correctly, and this was just a one-off mistake, then they have nothing to hide and should welcome this investigation as an opportunity to show us all how well they operate. If they care about animal welfare, in addition to their duties of keeping our community safe, then they should welcome the opportunity to participate in possibly revising our ordinances to reflect that. Fighting against this investigation ought to raise some major concerns for all of us as to why they are trying to avoid transparency. They work for us, and that lack of transparency and unwillingness to be investigated is unacceptable, and it's unsettling. Their very resistance is making many of us citizens deeply concerned for what might be discovered in an investigation. All the more reason to have one. And I do hope my concerns are shown to be completely unfounded, but let's investigate and find out. Because it speaks to my earlier comment regarding her ability to well represent the citizens of Champaign County. In addition to the animal control issues, I will add tonight that I'm absolutely appalled to discover that our so-called public servant, Ms. Clopel, who was supposed to work for us, is also currently suing us. It seems like a frivolous waste of more of our tax dollars during a national financial crisis. And all of this is over an apparent And correct me if I'm wrong, but an apparent rivalry with fellow Democrats and new board members regarding seemingly incorrect claims of her authority to decide who is nominated to fill vacancies on the board. My understanding is she did not sue us when this same situation arose during Chairman Rosales' tenure. If that's correct, then why now? Why would we now, at this later time, want to change precedent and have her nominate them instead of following the precedent? Considering the poor oversight of our animal control department, I'm not sure I want her making those decisions about who sits on our board. I always thought her position was one of assisting our county board, like an executive assistant to an entire board, a common title and job in other businesses, and definitely not the highest authority or the Speaker of the House on our county board. Honestly, I'll tell you, most Champaign County voters would likely be hard pressed to say exactly what her duties are or what her position is for, because I've been asking people the last couple of weeks since this incident came up. And currently only 2 out of 17 got anywhere close to a correct answer, although most agree she assists the board in some sort of capacity, assist being the one common belief. I think that's all I'm going to say this evening. My sincere thanks to each of you for your time and consideration of my personal comments this evening, as well as for your honorable actions on behalf of the people of Champaign County. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like next we have Sarah.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Sarah Rochnowski, and I've lived in Champaign County for 25 years, in which that I have, okay, sorry, I'm gonna get a little emotional. So I have known Monica Lopez for a while, and the fact that I read about her dog being, I wouldn't call it an accident. I would say that it would be considered murder in my personal view, because not only do I know Monica, I also know her dog. I have met her dog multiple times, and that dog did not deserve to be put down at all. Like I don't know what Stephanie and Darlene are doing, and everybody else that works at animal control. Who says that that dog needed to be put down? Because not only have I read and have seen the stuff not on social media, but also from words of mouth from people just going to Walmart, Schnucks, Target, everything like that about, oh hey, you know what? My dog was taken by animal control and it was a pit bull and it was put down. Like who does that? Who just takes a dog and puts them down? I don't care if it's a Rottweiler, pit bull. I don't care if it was a golden retriever. It still doesn't matter. You can't just kill a dog just because you take it into animal control. Like, are you serious right now? So what me and Monica have done is if anyone wants to find me on Facebook, that'll be fine. But me and Monica have put a petition together to remove anybody from animal control who had any sort of part into this. And we have over 3,000 signatures on this petition to remove Darlene and Stephanie from animal control, because it is not fair that a pit bull who was the nicest dog that I have ever met to be put down for no reason. That is just absurd. That is appalling. I mean, think of it, if that was you. Would you want animal control to come find your dog like in the middle of the street? They're wandering around. Would you want your dog to be put down? Not even he wasn't even in there for 7 days before he was put down. I agree with the last two or three people who have spoke. And also, I also heard from someone that they were taking dogs and using them as bait dogs, giving them to someone who I don't know what's going on in Champaign, that you would give a precious small dog to someone who's using them for bait dogs, for dog fighting. Are we serious? Like, why are we letting these people in animal control do that? That is unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Like, I am so hurt for Monica, and I really hope that we get some justice for her dog. I mean, what happens if I don't want to say this because it's awful, but what happens if it was like a murderer? You know, you wouldn't want that for your kids if this person, you know, destroyed your dog or destroyed your family or anything. You would want that person, you know, going through the court system and getting justice for your kids, for your family, for your dog. But they don't seem to care. So I think what I'm trying to say is I am absolutely distraught with the fact that these people have been in animal control for so long to do this. It just breaks my heart, and I feel for Monica. And those people in animal control should feel ashamed of themselves. Because if that was me, I would not walk this earth. If that was me, if I put an innocent dog down, I wouldn't be here anymore. Because that's ridiculous. So thank you for your time, and I hope we get some justice for Dada and all those other dogs that they murdered. So thank you.
All right, next we have Sharon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I'm under my wife's account, Sharon Pittman. My name's Terry Flick. I was a Champaign County Correctional Officer for 7 years. I was a Rantoul Police Officer for 15 years. And I was Champaign County Animal Control for 5 years. I then moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, and did animal control for Knoxville PD for 2 years. Just wanted to throw my name into the hat here a little bit. I've worked there. It was a tragic incident, whether it was an accident, whether it was on purpose. I understand where the people are upset, but animal control is not an adoption agency. I am now a certified animal control officer nationally due to training that I received in Knoxville. And I am also a nationally certified animal control cruelty investigator. One of the issues you do have there is your officers are not sent to training. I know that for sure since I work there. My email is terry.flick, it's F-L-I-C-K, at Juno, Juno.com if anybody would like to email me and ask questions. I don't know what your questions are, but during your investigation, I think I can give you some answers on some things. Also, you may want to speak with Rebecca Ubig. She's an officer that just resigned there. I trained her 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And I can tell you she was probably the most qualified officer that you have working there at this point in time. That's really all I got. Just throwing my name in the ring there. If you'd like to ask me any questions, any one of you, again, email terry.flick at juno.com, and have a good night.
All right. Are there any other members of the public who would wish to speak? Now would be the time to raise your hand. Okay, we got Karen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Karen Boudreau from Champaign. I am like just appalled at animal control and also Darlene. I am a huge animal person, and for the year 2020, I drove almost 6,000 miles and rescued 250 dogs, taking them to various rescue groups. And I have overnighted 25 dogs, and I've fostered 1 dog. I have 4 dogs of my own. I can tell you when Amber Moore was at Animal Control, it was a very well-run, well-respected animal control. She loved dogs, she cared about dogs, and she was more into educating the owners than she was in trying to punish the owners. Terry that spoke previously had said that he had trained Rebecca Ubig. I can say, in my opinion, 90% of the problems with animal control stem from Rebecca Ubig. She has a huge ego. She's rude. She's unprofessional. She posts things on Facebook that are, private animal control information. She's on a power trip all the time, and she doesn't care anything about what's happening with the dogs or what's going on with them. Again, I agree with several other people that said, there are rescue groups all over the place. And why can't they spend a little bit of time to make some contacts with these rescue groups? I transport dogs that are from Georgia, Kentucky, Missouri. Some of them are from Texas. They go to Indiana. They go to Illinois. They go to Michigan. They go all over. Right now, I'm considering flying to Turkey to get a dog. And animal control needs to be investigated. In 2018, I called Darlene Klopel and explained to her about what was going on at animal control and the problem that Rebecca Ubig was causing just because she had this big power trip. And I don't believe that Darlene ever did anything, although she was very pleasant with me over the phone. And I just am like totally, I don't think 5 days is near long enough to be having a dog before you put it down. I think that they should also, maybe they do, I don't know, they should be posting all dogs that they take in to the various local lost dogs sites so that owners are aware. I tell anyone I know, if they find a dog, please do not call animal control. I would be more than happy to come and get it and keep it until we can find the owners. I've done that 3 times where I've kept a dog until I found its owners. And I just hope that you follow through on investigating and just doing an overhaul of animal control. And I think there's a number of people that would be more than happy to, if you want to do a, public portion of the committee with the county board, in reestablishing rules and how things are run. I think you can find those people out there. There are many, many, many people out there that love dogs, unlike animal control, and will do anything that they can to help those dogs find a forever home, and so that they're not put down by animal control just because they can. I appreciate the time. I know I'm speaking off the cuff, but this is it just kills me. It just breaks my heart. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Looks like we have, is there anybody who hasn't spoken in the audience? I see some hands raised of people I think have spoke before. Unfortunately, you can only speak once. Ming?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, this is Ming Kuo. I live in Urbana, and I don't have much to say. I just wanted to speak in favor of the elimination of the Recorder of Deeds position. It's kind of obviously antiquated, And I would say, given the record of many other counties successfully eliminating the position and apparently doing fine, there's been no clear pattern of, sort of collapse or difficulties as a result. To me, as a citizen who would rather that our tax dollars be spent on things that need to be spent on, for me, the question is, why would we keep it? So if everyone else is eliminating it without incident, then why are we spending money on it? So to me, the sort of burden of proof is on those who would argue for keeping it. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, and thank you for serving.
All right. Are there any other members of the audience that would like to speak? Now would be the time to raise your hand. All right. Well, let's see. Melinda?
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my name is to me in Newton, Illinois, and I am the founder and director of the Animal Rescue. I've been following this story, and I think I've actually spoke to you, Kyle, and I think I've talked to Emily. But we are a rescue 90 miles south of Champaign. We've been here for about 1.5 years. And during that short period of time, come and adopt our dogs and cats. And there's various, but several of the reasons were that there were no available animals in the Champaign area. And I just want to say that, we're pretty little down here, and we have very little resources. Champaign area has a lot of resources, and I cannot imagine that there is not the resources available to avoid euthanizing animals. There's a lot of resources available. There's transports to Chicago that go right through Champaign. They actually stop in Champaign. It just requires a little bit of effort on animal control's part to be able to make that happen. And those dogs do not need to be euthanized. Bottom line, there's too many resources available in all of our areas. Those animals can be transported to rescues up north around Chicago and be adopted out. So there's no excuses for these animals not to be able to be transported and adopted out. No excuse for euthanizing those animals. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? Please raise your hand if so. All right, looks like that's it for public comment. Next on the agenda is communications of board members. Do any board members have any communications? Mr. Harper.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm changing stream here a little bit, and I referenced the fact that I'm sure we have all received emails from numerous small business event staffs from around the county that are just taking a absolute beating. And I'm asking the county board to step in and do something. I don't care what Champaign-Urbana policies are, but I've had numerous phone calls besides all the emails. They cannot last much longer. People are losing their jobs. Business is going under. I had a discussion today with gentleman that owns one locally here. He said, I can't go hardly much longer. I think it's time that we step up. Any business I've talked to said, we will abide by the protocols of space distancing and this and that, but we have to have people in the buildings. Sangamon County Board took it upon themselves and took a vote to let these businesses do their jobs in conjunction with the protocols. I think it's time Champaign County step up to this fact. Yes, I realize this is a pandemic. Nobody wants it. We all know people that have had it. We've had 2 of our board members that have had it. One was sick for relatively almost 2 weeks. One hardly was sick at all. My daughter-in-law's stepfather was in the hospital for 12 days. He's fine. Do I want it? No, but don't infringe on a person's rights to do what they want. There's local people here in town, everywhere that don't want it, and I understand their concerns. They stay home. I know good friends of mine that are leery of all this. I am too. But don't infringe on everybody else's rights. You're actually taking a right away. It's time that we stand up as a board and do something. As I said, I don't care what the mayors in town say, but these small businesses in this rural areas cannot last any longer. You've had major restaurants and stuff closed down that are chain restaurants. They're not opening back up. It's time to take a look at this, guys. I apologize for doing this during communications, but I didn't see any place else in the agenda. And I know we've all seen the emails. It's gone to the full board. And I'm sure besides myself, the rest of us, especially in the rural areas, have received these same phone calls. This needs to be something that's discussed. Thank you for your time.
All right, are there any other communications from board members? All right, seeing none, next on the agenda is the Finance Committee. Our Finance Chair, Dr. Furtado, if you want to take over.
Sure. The first item of business is budget amendment 2000060, Fund 080, General Corporate, Department 036, Public Defender, increased appropriations 8,118, increased revenue $0. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Mary King.
Okay, Mary, do I have a second?
Second, Straub.
Does anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, will you please take the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Hasalakwa,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorson,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Budget amendment 2000061, Fund 110, Workforce Development Fund, Department 763, Wyoa Formula Grant 1, increased appropriation $250,000, increased revenue $250,000. Reason, more expenses are needed than originally anticipated. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Taylor.
Do I have a second?
Second, Summers.
And I believe I see Mr. Goss, your hand is raised.
I was just gonna second.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You could just say it, Jim. I'll try to keep track of those blue hands too, but you could just say it. Did anybody have any questions or comments? Seeing none, please take the roll.
Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Hasalakwa,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
All right. Next, and I will mention that 3 and 4 are related. Just one is for 2020 and one is for 2021. I don't know. Would anybody be okay if we just did those together? Is that okay with folks?
Yes.
All right. Seeing no objections, I'm going to move both of them together. Budget Amendment 20-00062. Fund 679 Child Advocacy Center, Department 179 Child Advocacy Center, increased appropriation $4,250, increased revenue $0. Reason, increase in spending authority to reflect additional grant funds which were expended in fiscal year 2020. And I will note we received a change in our packet for this one. The actual breakdown of expenses is slightly different than what we had in our original packet. It's $1,400 in Fund 51102, which is personnel, and $2,850 in Fund 53307, which are professional services. I also want to read off Budget Amendment 21-00006. Fund 679 Child Advocacy Center, Department 179 Child Advocacy Center, increased appropriations $12,750, increased revenue $17,000. Reason, increased spending authority and revenue to show additional grant funds awarded to CAC. Budget Amendment 21-6 shows county fiscal 2001 portion of expenses as well as full reimbursement for both of those two items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, Mr.
Goss.
Goss. Second,
Second, Thorsland.
Thorsland. Anybody have any questions on those? Will you please take the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Hasalakwa,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next one is Budget Amendment 21-0001, Fund 104, Early Childhood Fund, Department 891, Emergency Ed Relief Cares. Increased appropriation $29,092, increased revenue $29,092. The reason is this federal pass-through CARES funding is awarded to programs that have been identified as disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. This one-time award will be utilized to provide developmentally appropriate hands-on home learning materials that will provide parents with the support they need to advance remote learning, PPEs for children and staff. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Michaels.
Diane, okay, thank you. Second?
Ammons.
Thank you, Tatiana. Any questions on this one? Please read the roll.
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Thank you. The next one is Budget Amendment 21-0003, Fund 075, Regional Planning Commission, Department 874, ESF Diversion Case Management, increased appropriations 40,000, increased revenue 40,000. And I just would like to mention thank you to the United Way for this funding. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Taylor.
Passalaqua.
Oh,
I saw Leah first, so Leah, Brad, you want the second? All right, Brad the second.
Second.
And does anybody have any discussion? Seeing none, can you please read the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
All right, on this next one, Budget Amendment 21-00004, Fund 075, Regional Planning Commission, Department 873, Healthy Homes Weatherize, increased appropriation 120,000, increased revenue 120,000. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Esri.
Thank you, Aaron. Second?
Second. Jacob Paul.
Thank you, Jacob. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, can you please read the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Thank you. The next one is Budget Amendment 21-0005, Fund 083, County Highway, Department 060, Highway, increased appropriations 250,000, increased revenue 250,000. Reason DCEO grant opportunity HR 210043, Champaign County, 250,000. Do I have a motion?
Move Michaels.
Diane, thank you. Second?
Second, King.
All right, King, Mary, thank you. And I believe I'll give the first comment on this to Mr. Goss, who I believe has some thank you to say.
Yeah, I do. I appreciate it. Thank you, Stephanie. Do have a big thank you to go out to Mike Marin, who secured some funding on this road. This is up at up on the north side of Champaign, right off of Market Street. That road has been in complete disrepair for almost as long as I've lived down here, 26 years. And a lot of people working together really helped out. But Representative Marin securing some funding really pushed the project over the top. So just wanted to publicly acknowledge and thank Representative Marin for his help.
Thank you, Jim. Anybody else with Diane, would you like to comment?
Quick, for anybody that doesn't know, that's in the Wilbur Heights area at Wilbur Road. I think that makes it even more aha, thank you very much moment for everybody. As you, Goss, Mr. Summers, and Lorraine, of course, has been around it for a long, long time. So thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? I want to echo. It's great when we get to solve a long-term issue, and to everybody who worked on this, and to Representative Marin, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, please read the roll.
Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Pasalakwa,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Strap,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so we're done with that portion. Now we're on to the treasurer portion. Monthly reports for November and December, and the final state settlement sheets are available at the treasurer's webpage. I believe the treasurer is on the call.
I am, ma'am. Stephanie, we
Yes,
skipped
sir.
number 9.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I completely skipped number 9. I was anxious to move ahead. Sorry about that, folks. Budget transfer 20-0006, Fund 080, General Corporate 075, General County 040, Sheriff 020, Auditor 023, Recorder 036, Public Defender. Amount 50,800. Reason transfer to cover budget shortage associated with FOP CBA increase negotiated in fiscal year 2020 and transfers to cover budget shortage in various elected appointed official lines due to pay period posting date in fiscal year 2020 rather than in 2021. Do I have a motion?
Humphrey moved.
Okay, Jordan. Second?
Second, Thorsland.
All right, thanks. All right, any discussion on this one? All right, sorry about that. Please call the roll.
Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Pasalakwa,
Yes.
Hall,
Yeah.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Strap,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And thank you to Tammy for, who is, as usual, keeping me on track. Now we're to the treasurer. Does anybody have any questions or anything for the treasurer? All right, seeing none. If it's okay with all of you for this next, 1.5 pages, I'm going to do them in batches of like kind. So I'm going to do 1 through 11, and then we could vote on all of those. Then I will do 12 through 28, and then I will do 29 through 35. Is that all right with anybody? Does anybody want to separate any of them out?
Please do them together.
All right. Okay. I don't know. Could I do all of them together? Just all 38? Is that allowable? Is everybody okay with that?
You're the boss.
Steve, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question. I looked at these resolutions and went back and looked at similar resolutions in 2019, which was the closest I could come. And it appears that all these resolutions in 2019 came with 2 pages. All of these are with 1 page. So I'm just inquiring if you have any idea why the change.
I do not. Darlene, do you know why?
I can answer if you mind.
Oh, CJ, go for it. Thank you.
Basically, these are roughly 6 months of back resolutions that were supposed to have been voted on beginning back in May. And we actually had to have most of these things recreated, reaccomplished, and sent to our office for the board to vote on them. Now, for the most part, what you should have in front of you is a listing of each of the properties per month, and you should have a resolution for them. So while normally it'd be 2 pages, it's really just the 1 page that actually shows basically what all the properties are for that particular month, and then you have the resolutions for them. So it may seem a little bit less weighty than usual, but this is just to kind of consolidate all of them basically one group. If for some reason you require them to be separated and for us to do it differently, we can do that. But this just seemed like the best way to move things forward because we're going back to May to ensure that we actually collect all those funds.
Stan has his hand up, and then Diane, I'll come back to you.
Cassandra just basically answered what I wanted. Was just a backlog of things that hadn't gotten done. So thank you, Cassandra.
Thank you. Diane.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that boat too at looking at these. I just wondered if any of some of the information had changed from what was there before, because on the mobile homes, there are addresses and a little bit more information than there are on the physical single-family residence, as far as addresses and things of that nature. I mean, the PIN number's there, but usually we had, I think, a little more of a legal description before, and I don't know if this changed because of the new format you have.
Ma'am, I don't believe that it's been changed because of a new format. I believe that this was what was originally sent, and they just basically resent. This is the form that they actually use for presenting their resolutions this year. Now, I don't know if that's different from the previous years, and if that's the question, I can actually go back and figure out whether or not there were modifications that they needed to make.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. No, I just noticed, like Mr. Summers did, that it was a little different. I noticed there were a few things that weren't on these resolutions, if you will, that were before, making it a little more descriptive, especially for the single family residents. But I'm sure with the PIN number, with the parcel number, that's probably really all you really need, in addition to who and how much. So I'm good with that.
Although, Diane, I would echo, I think maybe in the future having the address as a line for the non-mobile homes would also be helpful.
They did before, and that's what struck me. I thought, well, that's kind of odd. We did for one, but we didn't for the other. But I didn't know if something changed, and that's cool.
Jacob.
Yeah, I guess I'm learning here. So if we haven't passed these, have we been collecting interest as if we have on them the whole time, or is that interest calculated no matter what? So if we haven't passed this resolution, are these people still paying more interest in the time that we haven't passed these resolutions? Does that make sense?
No, sir. Sorry, I think I just spoke over something. Who was trying to speak?
No, that's okay. Could you answer that question?
As far as I know, that there have not been any interest gained on this, because again, it's been basically our failure in actually having this passed when they were supposed to be done. So they're realistically, the money's just sitting there waiting for us to claim it, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Diane, if you could you lower your hand if you don't, just so that later on I don't think you're trying to ask me a question. Sorry. No, you're cool. You're cool. Jim.
Hi, Cassandra. It's nice to have you with us. How would you like to be referenced? CJ, Cassandra, Cassanders?
CJ works, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Jim, did you have any other question? Okay, I don't think so. All right, any other questions on these? All right, I'm going to go ahead and read them. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 01-35-30-202-007. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 26-30-08-429-004. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 26-30-09-161-002. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 24-28-16-206-021. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 14-03-35-402-007. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel 14-03-35-403-002. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 20-03-34-428-001. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 20-09-29-427-001. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 41-20-01-482-010. Resolution authorizing the execution of a deed of conveyance of the county's interest or cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on real estate, permanent parcel number 92-21-16-403-012. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home, permanent parcel number 29-050-077. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home, permanent parcel number 29-050-0125. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home, permanent parcel number 20-0232-0246. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home, permanent parcel number 30-054-0006. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home, permanent parcel number 29-050-0156. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home, permanent parcel number 22-900-0050. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home, permanent parcel number 30-060-0024. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home, permanent parcel number 02-001-0046. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 15-025-0084. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 15-025-0132. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 15-025-0136. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 15-025-0694. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 20-032-0176. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 30-058-0384. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 15-025-0208. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 20-032-0056. Resolution authorizing the cancellation of the appropriate certificate of purchase on a mobile home permanent parcel number 30-058-0239. Resolution authorizing the county board chair to assign a mobile home tax sale certificate of purchase permanent parcel number 20-032-0001. Resolution authorizing the county board chair to assign a mobile home tax sale certificate of purchase permanent parcel number 30-058-0081. Resolution authorizing the county board chair to assign a mobile home tax sale certificate of purchase permanent parcel number 30-055-0409. Resolution authorizing the county board chair to assign a mobile home tax sale certificate of purchase permanent parcel number 15-025-0461. Resolution authorizing the county board chair to assign a mobile home tax sale certificate of purchase permanent parcel number 25-900-0032. Resolution authorizing the county board chair to assign a mobile home tax sale certificate of purchase permanent parcel number 30-064-0013. Resolution authorizing the county board chair to assign a mobile home tax sale certificate of purchase permanent parcel number 15-025-0561. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, Leah, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Michaels.
Thank you, Diane. Any other discussion? I know we already had some talk. Stan? Stan, did you have a question?
I was gonna say, good job, Stephanie. Go have a beer.
Thanks. I know. Thanks. Anybody else with a question? Jordan.
I just want to say kudos. That was genuinely impressive.
Right. Well, hopefully we won't. I'll just say thank you to. I just want to say thank you to Treasurer Johnson for getting these before us, and hopefully we will not have another one of the backlog, so we don't have to do that ever again. So thank you. Anybody else? All right. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Hasalakwa,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Sorry, yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next up, we're to the auditor section. I believe the auditor is on the call. If anybody has any question, And I will mention that the monthly reports for November and December are available on the auditor's webpage. Does anybody have any questions in this section? Seeing none. Signing authority on circuit clerk's financial accounts. Do I have to read the actual resolution? I apologize. I will go ahead and read it. The auditor's office requests that the newly elected circuit clerk, Susan McGrath, have signing authority and all rights pertaining to all circuit clerk accounts. This includes, but is not limited to, and there's 6 different accounts, and that the previous circuit clerk's signatures be removed. Do I have a motion on that?
So moved, Thorsland.
All right, Eric, do I have a second?
Second, Wolken.
Wolken, thank you, Jody. Any questions or comments on that? Diane?
Yeah, not so much on that, but George, does that catch us up with all of the new people and all of the changes? I mean, I'm seeing that maybe something in the treasurer's office would also need to be updated here pretty quick too.
It's hard to hear you, Diane. What was the other office?
I'm
that
sorry, I said, does that catch us up? I think there's probably going to be a need for a change of signatures in the treasurer's office too here pretty quickly. With the added staff.
You already passed the resolution for the treasurer.
No, the new guy, sorry.
Oh, I see.
Right.
Yeah, I think those will be forthcoming. Yeah, you'll have to have a resolution for the new deputy treasurer.
Right, and this will catch everybody in the courts though, correct?
One more time.
This resolution will be good for everybody in the courts. That will change everything for them.
In the courts, you said?
Well, yeah, with who took Katie's place and Brian's place and everybody else. I'm sorry.
Right.
My brain is off.
Yeah,
I want to make sure everything's ready for people to go when they do their job, and we don't have to wait on us to get them on the signature.
Right. That's what this is facilitating. Susan needs to open these so she can see what the character of the cash is so that we can reconcile it. And this was just the last barrier. I don't think her chief deputy's name needs to be on there. Susan's would suffice.
That, I guess that was to kind of chime in onto what Diane was asking. It looked like in the past we had Brian and Katie, and now we're just having Susan and not Isak. So is that
probably I'd have to ask Susan what the reason for her request was. Probably because there's no question about who the elected is. There's more of a question of who the deputy is. I know she chose her deputy fairly early on. We knew who the deputy was at the time the resolution was written. But if the bank is willing to go with just one signature, why bind yourself with 2 names that you then have to alter? It's like with the treasurer. Diane has her hand up.
Diane.
Yeah, my question is if somebody's sick, hurt, or out of the office, that's why you have a backup on it. And I just didn't want any of our departments being caught short. That's all.
Okay, well, the signature cards are all updated, so I can tell you that.
I'll follow up. I will go ahead and follow up with Susan and ask her that, and just to make sure that I think our media concern is making sure that somebody could access it, but I'll let her know that if she wants to put her deputy on, that she can bring it back before this body. Is that okay?
Beth, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Orion from George's office is in the attendees and has his hand up. He might have some information.
Okay, sorry. Orion, thank you. Mike, go ahead. If you have some information on this.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So normally, I guess really, Susan would have the authority to add her deputy ESOC later on. The primary reason for us just going through the board here with this is the banks were actually requiring some kind of authorization in order to make the change from Katie over to Susan. So I originally had told Susan to leave ESOC off of it and then just with her being the elected official, it would be her responsibility to decide who has signing authority going forward.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. That was very helpful.
Yep, no problem.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep.
Thanks, George. Thanks, Ryan. Seeing none, can you please call the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, we're into section D, county executive, requesting authorization for the county executive to add jurisdictions to the tornado siren intergovernmental agreement. And that includes this budget amendment 21-000. Oh, wait, do we have to vote on both of those as separate items? Or can I just join them up? Is everybody okay with me joining them up?
I think they're different issues, different programs.
Well, one is for, okay, we could do them separate. All right, so we're requesting authorization for the county executive to add the jurisdictions to the tornado siren IGA. Do I have a motion on that part?
Rodriguez.
Make
So
that motion.
Okay, sorry, so Emily first. Steve, you want the second then?
Sure.
Okay. Any questions on that part? Okay, seeing none?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so for this next one, here's where we take their money. Budget amendment 21-00002, Fund 080, General Corporate Department 012, Tornado Sirens, increased appropriation 7,150, increased revenue 7,150. And the reason is because we just had that increased siren system costs to be reimbursed by other local government IGA participants, new repeater to be purchased in fiscal year 2021, and increased maintenance software for new participants, Sydney and Pasodum. See, and there's a memo if you need more information. Any questions on that part?
Maybe I should have asked this at the last section, but pardon my ignorance, would be new, but the county does all the legwork and the check writing, but doesn't have any money in the game. Is that correct?
That's a good question.
So we do the administrative, but we don't put the bill for anything.
Darlene, can you speak to that?
Can. So yes, the county is a partner because we're the fiscal agent for the system. It's operated by the Emergency Management Association. And so we do not, the county itself does not own any sirens. They're all bought by the other partners, which are the cities, the university, and now the small towns wish to join. So the county's partnership isn't to own the sirens, but it's to be the fiscal agent. By purchasing the system all together, we were able to save initially about $20,000 to $30,000. So that was why people wanted to do it as a whole, as a system, rather than each individual entity purchasing them separately.
Okay, it was just clarification, but thank you very much.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, could you please take the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Hasalakwa,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Next up, we have, this is just a discussion item, to establish a property assessed clean energy or PACE program in the county of Champaign, designating a PACE area, providing for property assessments and approving related matters. For this section, I'll turn it over to Darlene. For those of you that have been on the board, we discussed this quite a bit, I think back in, I don't know, July, and it's been a while since we've heard about this.
So this is a program that's offered through the state, and each county has to decide if it wishes to participate. It's a financial program that offers loans for builders or renovators, mostly of commercial large projects, to purchase energy efficient equipment, supplies, and equipment on their new projects at a reduced loan rate if you're participating. So the county would operate the program by saying, yes, we would like to participate. We would negotiate with a project administrator, and then the project administrator would offer or would look for loan lenders that would be able to do this loan. It's the loans come from bonding through the state, through the Illinois Finance Authority. So, but they need the county boards to approve that the county is interested in doing it. The municipalities also can do it, but in our case, they approach the county first. We talked about this about a year and a half ago. The county at that time decided that we would go with one project as a pilot project. It was the new hotel that's going to be built in Champaign. But because of COVID, that project got stalled. And so it is still waiting. We're still waiting for it to happen, and we don't have a pilot project yet. What also happened since that time, though, is we have another developer now in Urbana who would like to take participation in the project and has inquired if the county is going to do this, or Urbana would be interested in having us participate as well. So I'm bringing it back to the county to say, are you interested in expanding it to cover the whole county? The county puts no money in. The county doesn't run the program. We just contract with a project administrator to do that through an RFQ process, which we would run fairly shortly. And it turns out that the RFQ process to run the county-wide program is the same RFQ process that we would have to do individually by project if we choose to do it that way. So it really actually saves the county work if we do it as a whole county one time. And so that's the project. Everybody agreed. We agreed to do this last time for the one pilot project, and the board approved that. I'm just wanting to know if you want me to go ahead and issue an RFQ for the whole county before this other project in Urbana gets started. And they're kind of antsy to get going on it because they foresee that the developer will be interested pretty soon. So that's where we're at with it. And I'm just looking for direction. You guys don't need to vote on anything tonight. I'm just looking for direction from the board if there's objection to us expanding it to countywide, or if there's any other questions or concerns about it. If that would be the case, then I could issue an RFQ. When we would get the project proposals back, I would bring those back to the board for the final approval of which project administrator we would pick. The
Any
county
questions?
also, I should mention one last thing. The county can charge a tiny, like a fee. We're allowed to charge a fee on the loan. So the lender gets to charge a fee, and then the county also can get a piece of that fee for its part in submitting the bills as part of the, it's a special tax, basically. It goes through the special tax process. So the county can get a small fee from it. It won't be a large amount of revenue, I'm sure, but it'll be something.
Does anybody have any questions or any thoughts about this? Feedback for Darlene?
Are there any objections to me going ahead and issuing an RFQ for the Cole County? Mr. Paul, I see your hand is raised. Are you?
I was just curious about the program, if that was something that RPC could, offer with their other loans they give out with local lenders. So it's like, who would manage it for each project?
There are agencies, there are project administrators that do this as part of their lending programs. I know there's at least 2 in the state. I don't know how many there are, but they have to be certified to do this. So I don't think our RPC could do it directly.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. I think that the silence demonstrates that we're interested in this going forward again.
Okay.
I think that we as a county, anytime that we can facilitate development within our county, especially development that prioritizes clean energy, is something that we should all be interested in. And hopefully this, sometimes it takes a few tries to push the boulder up the mountain. So hopefully we'll get this done this time. Any other business? Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
I just
Any
want
other
to say
business?
thank you. I'll move ahead.
Oh, thank you. Any other business? Seeing none, chair's report. All I want to say is, thank you for having me as your finance chair. And I just want to say 2 things. My 2 goals for this year is, 1, I want to facilitate communication with all members on the board. So just if there's ever, either party, if you ever have any discussion that you want to talk about finance things, if there's things you'd like in the finance section that for us to do it different, let me know. I want to make sure that this section of our agenda works well for all of us. And then the second and big priority for me is I want us as a board to get more into a place where we're fulfilling our duties for financial oversight. And to that end, I'm encouraged by the progress that is being made in the treasurer's office. I've expressed my interest to Tammy. We used to receive revenue and expenditure reports that to me were incredibly helpful. And but due to sort of lack of information, those have stopped. So the conversation that we had in our finance agenda meeting was, as we move forward, especially after Tammy is, right now is busy working on the financial projections, but as we move forward and as we wrap up, catching up with where we are financially, that those reports are something we hope to bring back before this body in the spring. And I think that's an important, especially given COVID and how it's impacted our revenues. And, we have new revenue streams and things like that. I think, and how it's going to impact state revenues. I think that's a really important function of the board. So look forward to that. We're not there yet, but I could see it on the horizon, and that's very, very encouraging. So that's all I have for a chair's report. For designation of items to be placed on the consent agenda, I have A 1 through 9, B 2 through 35, C 2, D 1, and D 1A. Yeah. Does it seem right? And with that, I'll give it back over to Chair Patterson.
Thank you. Next up on our agenda, we have policy, personnel, and appointments. Committee Chair, Dr. Storr, would you take over?
Point of order, Justice and Social Services, I believe.
I was going to say, I think we skipped over Leah.
Jumped the gun. I'm sorry. Justice and Social Service, Ms. Taylor, could you take over?
Thank you, Kyle. So, yeah. First off, we just have the monthly reports for animal control. We had quite a few that were missing that Kyle caught on the website, so those are now available. probation and court services, public defender, Head Start, and emergency management. Those are all on the website. Item B is the Rosecrans reentry financial report for October and November. It's just information only. Does anybody have any questions on any of that? Okay. And then item C is the animal control report, which is for discussion only. It was sent out this afternoon to all of us. I have a few things to say before I'm going to open up discussion on this. First off, the state attorney's office, the civil division, is reviewing animal control's policies to make sure that they comply with all state laws and local ordinances. They're going to review our contracts with Champaign and Urbana to make sure that the policies are in line with what they should be, and with the contractual requirements as far as euthanasia, how they're locating owners, timeframes, efforts to try to adopt out animals. My goal, and I've talked to Chair Patterson about this, is to establish a task force, which would have 2 or 3 people possibly from the board, or 2 to 3, maybe 3, from the county board, as well as representatives from just different stakeholders and professionals, and our partners like Tammy, to work on the finance side of things, to just look at everything and to make recommendations to the board as to what reforms animal control could use, and as far as policies and funding and just everything that will make it the most humane place that, this is a really hard topic. I mean, we've all seen that tonight during public commentary, right? We want it to serve all of our residents, whether they are, on 2 legs with skin or on 4 legs with fur. So, and all that being said, I wanted this to be open to discussion with you guys. But I did speak with the state's attorney's office about it, what we're allowed to talk about, what we're not allowed to talk about. In an open meeting, in a public meeting like this, we are not to discuss personnel, any litigation, prior, present, future, possible, any claims or settlements, any claims that were made during public participation. And as a reminder and education for the new people, the county board, we're responsible for the ordinances and the budget for animal control. The county executive is responsible for staffing and day-to-day operations. So all of that being said, and keeping all of that in mind, does anybody have anything they would like to say? Or any questions, anything? Emily?
Yes. So I have learned a lot about animal control over the past few weeks. I've heard from a lot of constituents, and I just want to affirm this track that we're taking by reviewing personnel separately and then also issuing recommendations, I feel like is the, will yield a more nuanced ordinance, but then also will allow us to be a little bit more flexible and responsive to the actual needs that are going on the ground. There are 5 things that I'm in particularly looking for here, and we can tease this out into what this will actually look like in the task force. But first, I would like this to be an opportunity to receive input from those who work for and with Champaign County Animal Controls. How do we support? How do we facilitate? All that good stuff. I also want to create a space and a body that other people, stakeholders, people who are interested. I mean, we had an extensive public comment section as Leah acknowledged. So having a body to address that to would be really important. So being able to take input from the public is something that a task force would be well suited to do. I'm also looking forward to re-examining our relationships with other offices. So the way that we relate to animal rescues, for example, particularly nonprofits, and then also Champaign County Humane Society. And then finally, I want to note that we really need to look at also what's on our end. We have some employment safety issues, and that's something that we need to think seriously about. But overall, I'm looking forward to some kind of communication, something to feed back to the public by at least May. So yes, thank you so much for your work on this, Leah.
Thank you, Emily. Mr. Paul?
I was just, if we're just having an open discussion on different things here, what it would be in our power then if we do have the great resource of the Humane Society, which I've gotten 2 dogs from in my lifetime, if we could then just eliminate animal control and have that be on each municipality or the Champaign County Sheriff, and then we can use those funds, you know, for Champaign County Public Health, who's reeling right now, so then we can, you know, make sure people have money to pay for dog food, so we don't have more loose dogs.
Let me just make sure, because I don't know if it's my connection, but you cut out a little bit in the middle there. Did you say that you wanted to see if we could get rid of our animal control?
Yes.
I believe statutorily we're required to have animal control. No? I'm seeing no's and yeses.
No, you're correct.
I don't think so.
Correct. We're
Okay.
you.
Well, if we control the budget, I mean, we can make that where we can have one and it can be, you know, we can utilize those funds in a better way. I mean, it existing could be a line item.
That is something that we could talk to the task force about. It would be part of the Tammy talk, I guess. I think I understand what you're saying, and I don't think that you're saying that we should just like not let them have any money and just die a slow death, right? I mean, we need animal control.
I mean, if it's a matter of public safety, we have a really robust police budget. And then if it's an animal welfare and safety, then that's not something we're handling well. And there's excellent resources in town that we can then facilitate grants with those things who have a better track record of, you know, taking care of animals to do that then.
All right, thank you. I believe Jordan was next.
Yeah, so I you know, first I want to acknowledge a lot of the struggles that some staff that may have not had anything to do with anything have gone through, you know, especially in this day and age, we're all getting a little too familiar with death threats and getting a little too familiar with angry calls and stuff. And it's unfortunately a part of our life, especially us as elected officials, but for people who are just staff members, maybe, you know, just trying to do their job, it's really unfortunate. Obviously, we want them to have the most resources and the best service they can give. But I really want to reach out to those that have been threatened or felt threatened from this and say, you know, I really hope we can move past this and get to the point where that's never a problem anymore. But I will say some of the blame can also, you know, in terms of why this outbreak of emotion happened, comes from our own press releases and from press releases from the county executive, from us as a body, where maybe some things were worded in a poor manner and maybe some blame was put in places where in our position we can't be giving blame, and really just set it up for, you know, almost like a victim blaming situation where we can't be doing that. We have to do better when we release press releases. We have to do better when we approach the public, because they have a right to be outraged when we mess up. And they have a right to be told the truth. They have the right to be told, you know, look, this is what happened and this is what we plan to be doing. And they have a right to be done that without being told that they're the problem. And I sympathize with a lot of the callers that we had in today. I'm very much so an animal person myself, and I was starting to tear up And I hope with this task force, we can move forward and we start to work also on better practices when it comes to talking to the public about these sort of things so that maybe we don't aggravate situations that are already very heartbreaking.
Thank you, Jordan. Next I have Erin, Diane, and then Stephanie. Does that sound right to you guys? Erin, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I too, as like Mr. Paul said earlier, if this is going to be, I guess, this contentious with animal control going forward, I'd be in favor of looking at eliminating it. I don't believe we're statutorily mandated to have animal control as a county. Previous, I know it was kind of a money pit, taking more money than it was bringing in, for sure. Not that we should be bringing in money on animal control, but would be nice if it would at least be self-funding through the fees, and I believe now it may be. But if we would get rid of it, we could save maybe the money that we're looking at spending on the building, such as the epoxy on the floor, the AC unit for the building, the generator for the building, unless we maybe need it for some other unit of government offices or something to go in there in place of it. And if we're worried later on in the agenda about unneeded and shrinking the size of government with putting the recorder's office in with the county clerk's office, well, this is a non-mandated position. This would also shrink government. So it would be a cost savings, I would think, to the people of the county. There's several of the outlying villages that aren't fully contracting with us now after the fees have been raised, where they were before. So they're making do with other provisions, and I'd rather, I guess, see us look at eliminating the position. Maybe finish out this year's contracts since we're already into them, and then shut it down, because I believe we approve them on a year-to-year basis, if I remember right. It seems like we see them every year. Come the end of this contract, if it is the fiscal or a calendar year, which I believe it is, shut it down, and so be it. Thanks.
All right, Diane.
I kind of have about the same opinion as Erin does for the most part, but in the back of my mind, what we truly deal with without the contracts are just the unincorporated area. And therefore, we are charging the city of Urbana and the city of Champaign to run this department. They certainly can take their money to somewhere else, because I don't think it's not like it's a big fundraiser or anything like that. It's a break-even issue, and I understand that we need a service, but I don't know why it wouldn't actually save us money to have somebody else do the service for the unincorporated area, because these numbers look huge, because we have all the cities involved that are paying us to do so. Most of them being probably, the Champaign-Urbana-Mahomet Ranch Pool, because they just now went with full because our dog catcher retired. But I almost wonder if we just need to take a wholehearted look at the whole picture of this. And we do need to decide find out whether it's statutory or not. That's the big question. And that can be found out with your group. And then also find out whether this would be a cost saving for us too. Like I said, I don't know the exact number of animals that actually are part of the unincorporated area, which the county takes care of, because we are charging the other entities, and they could, take their money to the other places. And maybe then some of these issues would be solved because it'd be more consistent. You wouldn't have two departments doing different things. You'd have something in our county that would be consistent for all animals, and that would be a good thing. That would be a good thing.
All right. Well, thank you, Diane. I see Julia Reitz is here. Would you like to say something before we go any further? please do.
There are lots of things that animal control does that you are required to provide. This is not just about lost dogs. So I'm going to advise you to stop talking about not having animal control at all, because you have statutory obligations when it comes to the things that animal control does. And I can go into those in detail, but I'm going to advise you as your legal counsel to stop talking about not having animal control at all, because you do have responsibilities when it comes to the things they do, when it comes to registration, to rabies, to vaccination, to all kinds of things. So it's not an option to not have animal control.
Thank you, Ms. Reitz.
You're welcome. I'll go back to sitting here and listening.
Okay. Next, we have Stephanie.
Just really quick, just two things. First, on Darlene's memo, I just wanted to thank the treasurer for agreeing to open an account so that we could take credit card payment. Frequently, the fines, while they might seem nominal, especially if you are of a low economic bracket, can be prohibitive and make it difficult for you to get your dog back. And it's sort of mind-numbing to me that we didn't have this as an option before. So I think that that's just an immediate and good improvement. On Stephanie's memo, I want to say I just want to mention that I think paying attention to detail and during a time when what is being discussed and what is frustrating is sort of a lack of proper communication is very important. I just want to mention, and I'm sure it's just a typo, but on December 2020, 7 animals were euthanized out of 80, and that's not 1%. That's, almost 10%. And I'm sure it's just a typo, but as that is literally the thing that people were here talking about, making sure that you don't make that kind of mistake on a memo. So I just want to mention that getting information, correct information, whether it be in our material that comes before the board or material that we are putting out in the public, is incredibly important. And I think can help mitigate some of the public's frustration with things. So those are my only 2 comments.
All righty. I have Emily and then Kyle.
Thank you. And thank you to the state's attorney for correcting. I believe that the law that we're all kind of reaching for is the Animal Control Act. So you can Google that, and that is all publicly available information for my colleagues. The other thing I just wanted to state here, maybe give us a way to think about our relationship with animal control and why we are actually mandated to give these services. What I've been learning over the past month is that animal issues are always shadows of human issues. It is always connected to some kind of a social problem. And insofar as you can say, nope, we're not going to help XYZ constituent, then you can say the same thing to animals. Again, it's linked. You cannot really separate the issue. Example of this would be many of our services that we offer are court mandated, right? So like if there's an issue with the divorce, or they have to remove a dog because of a situation, somebody's been detained, etc. We are mandated to keep track of that animal. So there's, again, no way that we can not only do away with this office, but we really need to think about how we are using this office, this department, and what kind of services, what kind of obligations that we have to constituents. Because again, this is not just about animals, this is about social services.
Thank you, Emily. Kyle?
Kind of echo Ms. Furtado's point about communication and details. I mean, obviously, this is an issue that is being attributed to, a breakdown in communication, and it's kind of frustrating that with the memo we received, she pointed out the statistical issue. Also, the memo says that the dog was euthanized on December 25th. Any news article that's been published out there, which there have been, a little over half a dozen, has all referred to the 24th. And I think that it's, you know, I don't know how relevant necessarily in the bigger picture of things that is, but that's a pretty, you know, pretty, you know, foundational sort of objective fact of this situation. And the fact that there's inconsistency on when the event even occurred is kind of disheartening. And also, you know, the point of this was to sort of get details on exactly why this occurred and the steps that would be taken. And I do appreciate the executive does detail some specific changes that they're making to have a more thorough documentation process, the fact that they're going to be utilizing the ERP to have a more modernized system of, you know, tracking what they're doing, as well as the online payments. But in the memo from the director, it says a step was missed in communication in communicating this last minute exception to the euthanasia technician who was on vacation. A step was missed is not an explanation. I mean, what was that step? What was the miscommunication? It seems like you know, it's a 2-page report that glosses over the main thing we're trying to figure out. And, you know, obviously there's a lot of people who are very upset about this. You know, I've had more outreach over this issue than I have over probably any issue since I've been on the board. And, you know, people are concerned about this office. You know, we need people to have faith in this office. It serves a very important role. And I just hope that moving forward, we can get more clear communication.
All right. Thank you, Chair Patterson. Anybody else? Are you back with your hand raised, Kyle? No? All right. All right, Mr. Humphrey?
I just would love if there's anybody in the public that's still with us. I hope that what you've seen tonight is proof positive that if there is an outcry, if there is an issue, and you come to this board and you approach us, like, we're gonna listen. You know, I think people often feel like their local government is very detached, but I wish I could see this level of you know, intensity about our homeless, about our local addiction problems and all that stuff. Not saying that this isn't an issue that's very dear to me, but I would love to see people lining up at our regular meetings as well to talk about all the other problems that we could be facing. And I hope that people take this as a lesson that your voice does matter.
Thank you, Jordan. Yeah, so any other questions or comments? I am going to close that section. Item D, other business. I do not have any other business. Chair's report. I do not have a chair's report. There are no items to be placed on the consent agenda. Back to you, Chair Patterson.
All right, this time for real now. Policy, personnel, and appointments. Our new chairman, Dr. Chris Storr, take it over.
Thank you, Chairman Patterson. Good evening. First item is from the county executive, which is the monthly human resources report. It's on pages 71 to 76. It looks like there's a number of vacant positions that are available in the county government, almost 20 of them. Appointments and reappointments. First item is Champaign-Urbana Mass Transit District Board. County executive would like to reappoint Bruce Hannon to a term from January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2025. And Ellen Nudo, a Republican, to be appointed to a term from January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2025. We could vote on these together or separately. Does anybody want to vote on these separately? Hearing not, I guess we can go ahead and call the roll to,
Discussion.
oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Mother, may I? Discussion on the appointments for Mass Transit Board.
You need a motion first.
Oh, gosh. I really am a novice.
So moved.
Second by Taylor.
Okay. I think I didn't catch by who was that first, by Thorsland? And then second by Taylor. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second are appointments to the Mental Health Board. The County Executive appoints Joseph Omo Osagi to be reappointed to a term January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2024. Matt Hausman to be appointed to a term January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2024. And Dr. Julian Rappaport to be reappointed to serve out the remainder of Dr. Tom Moore's unexpired term, January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. Do we want to consider these en masse, or would we like to vote on these separately?
Separately, please.
Very
Or
well.
Van.
Very well. We'll consider the first appointment, Joseph Omo Osogi. Do I have could somebody move
Patterson. So moved.
Patterson? Thank you.
And for the record, it's Omo Osagi.
Omo Osagi A?
Omo Osagi.
Omo Osagi. Forgive me. Thank you for the correction. Patterson moved. We have a second.
I'll second.
Furtado seconds. Okay. Discussion. Hearing no discussion and seeing none, no hands raised, would the clerk please call the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Looks like the motion passes. Second appointment is for Mr. Matt Hausman. Would somebody like to move the appointment of Matt Hausman?
So moved.
Goss, Thank you, Mr. Goss. A second.
Second.
Thank you,
Paul.
Mr. Paul. Okay, is there discussion about the Matt Hausman appointment?
Got my
I
hand.
see I see Ms. Mary King has her hand raised. We recognize Mary King.
I am going to be voting against this appointment, mainly because I did not know who was being appointed to this until Saturday when I received this packet. When I contacted the chair of policy and personnel, he could not tell me why Mr. Hausman was chosen over Ms. Fisher. And it wasn't until late today that he was able to give me what the county executive's reasoning was. And the opacity of this process is frustrating. And I think it's very hard for us as a board to be able to advise and consent when we don't know what's going on. So for that reason, mainly, I will be voting against this appointment. And I hope the county executive in the future decides to allow Mr. Storr to be part of these interviews for appointments, even if he's not able to ask questions, because it's important for the entire board to be able to have a point person to talk to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Is there any further discussion on the motion for Matt Hausman? Hearing no requests and seeing no hands up, I ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
No.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
No.
King,
No.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalacqua,
Yes.
Hall,
No.
Rob,
No.
Rodriguez,
Nope.
Storr,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
No.
Thorsland,
No.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
No.
Patterson,
No.
Okay, my goodness. I don't think I did a good job of keeping the yays and nays correct. It looks like we have kind of a tie. Megan, did you record these?
yes, I have 10 to 10.
Okay, then I didn't make a mistake. Chairman Patterson, I think that in the event of a tie, that the motion is denied. Is that correct?
Let me pull the rules out. I know that for stuff like ELUC, for example, if we tie, I believe that the process is that it goes to the county board without recommendation.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. And Megan, if you'd please make a note of that. We'll go on to the next appointment to the Mental Health Board, Dr. Julian Rappaport, to fill out the Dr. Tom Moore's unexpired term. Do we have a motion? Would somebody make a motion, please?
So moved, Taylor.
Second,
Okay.
Summers.
Who seconded, please?
Member Summers.
Summers. Thank you. Do we have discussion?
How many members
Brad?
are on?
Say again?
Is this board always 3 members or is there more?
Oh, there are several members to the County Mental Health Board. This is I think that the
Only the
third
ones up for-
appointment of Dr. Julian Rappaport is because of the, Dr. Tom Moore, didn't want to continue serving. And so, Professor Rappaport, said that he would fill out the remainder of Tom's, appointment, which is only to last until the end of the year.
Is there a certain number of terms that a member can hold before they can't hold a appointment anymore?
That's a fair question, and I don't know the answer to that. County Executive Kleppel, do you know can you speak to that question?
Both the Mental Health Board and the Developmental Disabilities Board, I believe, do have term limits. These are not expiring term. I mean, these are new people. Mr. Osamaki, I'm sorry, Mr. Omo Asakia has served a previous term. And I'm not sure I don't know how long the term limits are, if they've actually implemented that at this point. But there are, I'm trying to think, Kyle, aren't there 9 members on the Mental Health Board? There's 9 members on the Mental Health Board. So they rotate the terms.
Does that answer your question, Brad?
How many terms has Dr. Rappaport served?
At 2 full terms, at least 2, maybe 2, maybe 3. But he is only going to be serving for 1 year to finish out this last term.
We don't know what the term limit is.
I'm not sure they've implemented. Kyle, you were on this board. Do you know?
So there are term limits in regard to being in a leadership role, but I'm looking at the bylaws right now, and there are no term limits. Yeah. So and Julian has served 2 terms, and I guess I just will say, as you guys know, for the past 4 years, I've served as the county board's liaison, so I've gotten to know Julian well. He's somebody who comes with a lot of experience and knowledge. He's one of the more engaged board members, and right now, the Mental Health Board has a budget. It's probably about $4.5 million that it allocates to different agencies that are doing different behavioral health, mental health, sort of social services. And they're in a situation in this pandemic where pretty much every contract that they have involves person-to-person, in-person interactions. So what's been happening is almost every program's had to alter their contracts, alter the details of what they're going to be delivering and how they're going to be delivering it. And it's been kind of complicated. And I think that, while we're still in this pandemic, and that's still an issue that all of these different agencies are facing, I think it's important to have continuity on that board, so that, having somebody who has a good understanding of what things normally are, I think is going to give a lot of insight to making decisions on whether, certain changes should be allowed, or, exactly how to approach that. So I'm definitely very in support of Julian.
His application indicates the ending date of 2024. He is aware that he's being appointed for a 1-year fill-in term, right?
That's what it says here in the appointment.
I'm looking at his application.
Oh.
He applied for another term under exactly the reason Kyle gave. He thought there needed to be some continuity, but he would be willing to serve 1 term. He applied for another term, just in the hopes that there would be some continuity. Actually, when he made the application, Dr. Moore had not resigned yet officially.
Okay, so thank you for that. And it does look like he's a good person to fill the spot. I just, it's another freshman question.
Thank you for reading the resume and the application and the due diligence of the county board members and looking over these appointments. Is there any further discussion? I don't see any other hand raised. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Esri,
No.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
No.
Harper,
Oh.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels.
Yes.
Did you say no?
No, I said yes.
Oh,
I mean, yes, I said yes. No, I said no.
Hasalakwa,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson,
Yes.
I have 17-3. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to the Sangamon Valley Public Water District. The county executive appoints Ms. Colleen Schultz to be appointed to an unexpired term ending May 31st, 2024. Apparently, it's already started. Is there a motion for the appointment of Ms. Schultz to the Sangamon Valley Public Water District?
So moved. Thorsland.
Thank you, Eric. Is there a second?
Second, Patterson.
Patterson. Thank you, Kyle. Is there discussion on the appointment?
So what would actually, what's the full job description of what she would be doing?
Okay. That's a good question, and I was going to speak to. I spoke with Ms. Schultz, and she teaches economics at the University of Illinois, and I discussed with her the problem of coliform contamination of the Sangamon Valley Water District water supply about 5 or 6 years ago, and she was not aware of it, but said that she would ask about it at the Water District Board meetings. I can't tell you any more than that. I'm sorry.
Does she have any experience with water treatment?
I'm afraid not, or at least not that she told me or that I saw on her resume or application.
Well,
Oh, Ms. King, I see that your hand's up.
Did anyone else apply for this position, or was she the only applicant?
I only saw this application. Darlene, were there other applications for this? Ms.
So you guys know the process. So I gave you all the applications in last month's packet. And then this month I'm doing the appointments from those. So Last month's packet would have listed all the applications that I received at that time and copies of all of them.
As I recall, I don't think that there was another application for this. Mary?
No, there wasn't. She was the only applicant for this.
What I was gonna say is, it was being kind of questioned, like there could be another choice, and I'm kind of like, well, there is no other right now, so.
This seems to be a really good time to bring it up because I was going to do that a little later down. I just remind the members of the county board that that we should all be, we will, that there are a number of appointments open and applications for many of these boards, commissions, and so forth are difficult to fill. And I urge our, all of us to do our best to try to find the people in our districts and in our communities to recruit them to serve on these boards and commissions, because that's how how we have good governance and oversight of the various things that we have, including public water supply and sewage. End of lecture. Is there any further discussion on this appointment? Seeing no hands raised and no further indications, would the clerk please call the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado. Yes. Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
No.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
No.
Hall,
No.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Strap,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
I have 17 votes yay, 3 nay. The motion passes. Item number 3, current vacant appointments can be found on the county's website. That's given in our agenda, and that gets updated fairly regularly. Item number 4, applications open for appointments, information only. Page 89. And the item 4A, Board of Review. One unexpired term, Republican term ending May 31st, 2022. The county executive would like to appoint Mr. Brian Rector as a Republican. Can I have a motion?
Motion by Harper.
Harper,
Second by Goss.
Harper and Goss. Do we have discussion on the appointment? I heard plenty of discussion ahead of the meeting.
Chris, I do. My understanding is that this board needs to be, there's 3 people and it needs to have 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And what are the other 2 people on the board?
There is 1 Democrat and 1 person who used to be a Democrat but voted Republican in the last election. And there's some discussion about whether that means that he's a Republican, but the consensus that I've heard is that if you vote Republican in the primary, you're a Republican.
So,
this-
so yeah, so I mean, I'll be voting against this, not because of anything against Mr. Rector, but just that it would be an improper constitution of the board. I would think that he would either need to replace Mr. Saylor, or that there would have to be a Democrat who would be put up for that spot. But I don't think that the board has to follow the balance that it's required to follow. So it's, again, nothing against either Mr. Rector or Mr. Saylor. It's just, I think that would unbalance the board improperly.
Mr. Saylor's appointment is a carryover. He was not reappointed. He's just serving until he's been replaced, and he has not been replaced. And in discussion with County Executive Kleppel, she urges the Democrats, the Democratic caucus, to put forth a name to fill that Democratic seat, which could be filled immediately. So that's what I know. So that Mr. Saylor's appointment is apparent, would seem to be up when another Democrat is put forward, is nominated to for the Board of Review.
I will just to follow up on that. I will say we have put forward a name. The executive has decided not to move on that name for reasons that I guess are her own. That said, that doesn't mean that we can then unbalance the board because she has not chosen to act on the name that we've given her or to recruit somebody else. So her failure to fill that position doesn't mean that the board can then be unbalanced.
Dr. Furtado, I did speak to that person to whom you're referring, and he is currently seeking yet another certification that the executive said that he was lacking. I understand that there is some dispute about this, but he is going ahead and getting an additional certification, which he says that will be completed in May. And so we could potentially appoint a Democrat at that time, or if we'd like, find another Democrat to appoint earlier if one is found, or alternatively not make this appointment.
I'll follow up by saying if Mr. Rector could be brought back before the board to fulfill the proper spot, perhaps in conjunction with a Democrat, then I would be willing, I'd be glad to vote for him. I can't vote for him in this circumstance. So if we could get this corrected, maybe by next month and bring him back, then I'd be glad to.
We
So
could.
You're saying that
table-
a Democratic.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no, I was
I'm
going to
sorry,
say.
I
We're gonna have a
that would
colloquy
mean-
here between the chair and the.
Point of order, the chair calls on people to speak.
Okay.
You need to raise your hand and wait in line.
Okay.
I did raise
if-
my hand. There's no other discussion going on between the
Point
two of
of order, the chair identifies who will speak. Please respect the quorum.
Thank you.
you. Quorum?
just
What are
to
you
fo-
talking about?
We'll get to you. We really will. If I understand what you're proposing, Dr. Furtado, that would be to table this nomination until next month.
Sure.
Okay.
Table in the
thank-
order will not table till next month. And
Mr. McGuire, would you care to you wanted to speak to the question?
Thank you. Was the position filled as the Democrat position that you're talking about that somehow now has become a Republican position?
That's my understanding.
So if that person votes Democrat in the next election, does that then switch it back and we're now unbalanced again because the Democrats want to have their pick for the board?
Well, I think that the Democrats,
If
I mean,
Julia
this
Reitz
is a
is still
partisan
on, if
appointment.
Julia Reitz is still available, I'd like to hear a ruling on that.
Oh. Ms. Reeds? I see Barb Mann is on. Oh, there's Julia. Julia? Could you speak to this issue? You're gonna have to unmute.
Okay. I would love to speak to the issue, but I, to be honest, wasn't completely paying attention to this part of the meeting. So other than that, I heard my name called. And I really don't. So
We're trying to
no,
fill
I can't.
Okay. You want to speak on the issue of whether they can fill a Republican seat with a Democrat and switch the position of a Democrat to a Republican who was seated as a Democrat?
At issue.
I don't really understand
Julia.
the question, to be honest.
Okay, Julia, as I understand it, and as it's been explained to me, is that Mr. Saylor had voted Republican a long time ago, voted Democrat, and was some time back, and was appointed to the Board of Review as a Democrat, which is a partisan position. And then in the last primary, Mr. Saylor voted Republican, which would indicate that he's changed party affiliation, and now that leaves a Democrat and a Republican on the Board of Review, and we're supposed to have 2 Democrats and 1 Republican, and at issue is Mr. Saylor a Democrat or a Republican?
I think that's going to take a little research on our part.
Right.
I wasn't attending real well either, and even if I had been, I don't think we know the answer to that right now off the top of our heads.
I would agree with Barb, and I think part of it is what you consider someone to be, in a sense, because people can change their votes every election. So,
but that changes their party affiliation, doesn't it?
Well, I think that's what we have to look at.
Right.
Okay. Taking that as something that has to be done as some research, it might behoove us then to consider Dr. Furtado's suggestion that we table this nomination until next month. Jim Goss, would you like to speak to this question, please? Oh,
Sorry.
you got his
Sorry, I
hand
was
down?
talking. I took my hand down and didn't unmute. Yeah,
Oh.
it's ironic that you guys couldn't appoint him as a Democrat and won't appoint him multiple times as a Democrat, and now you think he's a Republican. He didn't even come to he's never been to a Republican function. He didn't come to me as the caucus chair and asked to be appointed as a Republican. We won't support him as a Republican. So therefore, we support Brian Rector to be reported as a Republican, to be appointed as a Republican on the board. It's up to you guys to go find your Democrat. Find somebody qualified and get them in there. But I think we ought to move on this right now.
Okay. Eric Thorsland, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Dr. Starr. I guess I have one question. Does Brian Rector meet the qualifications that the Democrat we put forward, Darlene, claims doesn't?
His qualifications are in the packet.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Question for me, Eric. Yes, he does.
Okay.
He's met the qualifications that are outlined in the statute. And maybe I just should speak up here. I've been watching and listening. You may notice that in your packet, this is listed as an information only item. It is not up for vote tonight. This is when I present the applications to you guys to show you who's out there. And then at the next meeting, we vote on it. So that's why it's listed under applications open for open appointments. So this is the only application I received so far for this appointment that's been open. And it's, certainly fine for you guys to discuss it or whatever, but it's not a vote.
We don't vote
item
on it
for
tonight. Thank you for clarifying that. And I'm a novice chair. Since Ms. Michaels.
Yes, sir. Just a quick question. The gentleman in question, how much longer is left on his term?
As I understand it, Mr. Saylor could be replaced immediately.
Mr. Saylor was up for reappointment last year and was not reappointed as a Democrat to this board. And the law states that he will continue to serve until his replacement is appointed and qualified. So he could potentially continue on until a new appointment is made. He's aware that at any time that could happen.
Okay. I was just wondering if this was just like he only had a year left or something like that. Okay.
Nope.
Mr. Harper, you haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Yeah. It blows my mind. Goes back to what I've put up with for over 8 years now. I don't care the partisanship of this deal. It's who's qualified. He's qualified. Mr. Saylor was qualified, but as Mr. Goss said, you did not support him. Is your other guy going to pass his test? This is a position you don't want any rum-dum just doing. I don't care, Republican, Democrat, whatever. They're appointed to a position. I expect them to do their goddamn job. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, you haven't had a chance to speak yet.
I guess to clarify, Darlene, when you say we'll be voting on this next time, do you mean at February's meeting?
Ms. Kleppel? Uh-oh. I think we lost her.
I think she just unmuted.
I can answer that, Kyle.
Yeah.
It will be going forward to the cow next month.
Okay, yeah, because I wasn't sure if she was referring to that or to the meeting next week. And also, does might be more of a Darlene question, but I understand that he's going to be replacing Zebo Zeeby. Has Zebo left yet?
Situation. Zebo let me know he was resigning, and we have a lot of assessments going on in the Board of Review right now. And so he said he will serve until the next person gets appointed, maybe until the end of January. He's not going to stay forever, but he agreed that he would continue working as he's able until we can find a replacement, because there's a lot of work to be done right now. So yes, he has officially resigned. And I don't have a specific date because he's hoping somebody gets appointed in the next month or so.
I understand the frustration and sentiment that particularly Mr. Harper expressed. You know, I mean, doing that type of a role, I don't know where partisanship necessarily comes in when it comes to you know, looking at property assessments. But I think what's the issue here is that the law cares, and the law outlines that there is a partisanship role, and you're supposed to have certain ratios, and there's even attorney general guidance on what makes somebody a member of a political party. So beyond whether or not, you know, it's about having, you know, 2 Republicans or, you know, 2 Democrats, if we have somebody who's appointed in a way that could be deemed to be illegitimate, these people are making very important decisions. And we don't want to put the county in a situation where they make a decision and then down the road, we're facing litigation, or we're facing some type of, you know, something being overturned because we didn't follow the legal process of how that person's supposed to be appointed. And I mean, I'm with you. I'll be honest. I don't really care that much about, you know, whether it's a Democrat or Republican on the board of review. I mean, that's pretty wonky technical work. I don't, like I said, I don't think being liberal or conservative really has a gigantic impact on that. But the law says it's got to be partisan. I mean, even the MTD board, I don't understand why it's partisan, but that's what the policy is. So we have to stick to it. And also, you know, something I think we should look at as well is our county has, to my understanding, requirements for a board of review that require, I think it's like 2 years of either assessment or appraisal or real estate experience. It's my understanding that those aren't the legal requirements in the state statute. And, you know, I'd be curious for us to explore whether that's within our power to even have those additional requirements, because that's something that's existed for, my understanding is maybe about a decade or so ago, they put it in place. So we should review that because, you know, the person that has shown interest to the board of review, they don't meet those requirements. And, you know, the way I look at it is when it comes to an office like this, I mean, it seems odd to go outside of what the requirements are for the state. So that's my 2 cents. And again, I would remind everybody we're not voting on this tonight. So we have plenty of time to figure all this out. So everybody take a deep breath.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Mr. McGuire, you had your hand up for quite a while. Would you like to speak to the issue again?
No, that's okay. I agree with Kyle that these are partisan offices. People were put in those offices in their party as a Democrat or whatever. If that was a problem then, and their voting changed, maybe that should have been a time when that was changed. But now we're filling a position that's a Republican seat, and I think we need to follow those rules.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Furtado, would you like to speak to the issue again?
Sure, and you don't always have to say doctor. That's sweet, but you don't have
Oh,
to.
but you. Oh, never mind.
Well,
Go
no,
ahead.
I just wanted to say, Stan, I hear your frustration, and I just want to echo what Kyle said. I have nothing against Brian serving on the board. I also don't understand why it's partisan. My only concern is that if we appoint somebody who's not allowed to serve for an office that does assessments, where we know that the public sometimes isn't fond of the assessments, we don't want to be put into a legal position where they're questioning that if the board has the legal authority to do their job. That's my only concern. My concern is not him serving on the board. My concern is he allowed under the rules that govern this board? And I don't know that I think he is. I don't know that I think he's replacing the right person. And so that's my only concern is the legality of it. So if the state's attorney's office could weigh in by next month, maybe that will clear that up. But that I don't want you to think that I'm like out to
get a whole Democrat again, because I also agree with Kyle. I don't think that this board, I don't understand why it is partisan, but the rules say that it is. And so that's my only concern, is that this board is legal. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Mr. Pasalakwa, would you, you have your hand up. Would you like to speak to the issue?
Yes, I'm sorry I got kicked off for a minute and I may have missed the answer to my question, but is the board truly imbalanced if the vacancy is a Democratic vacancy? So if Brian Rector is appointed, you still have a Democratic vacancy. So that's not an imbalance, that's a vacancy.
Well, I think the at issue, if I can, is that Brian Rector is a Republican, and and Mr. Saylor is, some Democrats think, a Republican. Actually, many of the Democrats think is a Republican, and that leaves only one Democrat and two Republicans on a board, which is required to have two Democrats and one Republican. And as Stephanie pointed out, this imbalance is, may open us up to some legal problems. Darlene, you'd like to be recognized.
I'd like to say one more thing from the standpoint of the appointment process. So basically, Mr. Saylor was not reappointed. So he's just I guess kind of a limbo person that's serving until an appointment is made for the Democratic spot or his position. If the board if the board accepts the rationale that he is still a Democrat, then he will stay in that position until another Democrat gets appointed. If the board does not accept the assumption that he is a Democrat, then he will stay in that position until a Republican is appointed. Because Zebo is now gone as well, there is a vacancy in a Democrat spot and a Republican spot, and he's not in an official spot. So if we replace a Republican, then he will be off the board if the Republicans consider him a Republican. If we put a Democrat on the board, he will be off the board if the Democrats consider him a Democrat. So I think that's the question is, if a person changes if they vote, I want to say, or change their party midterm, which he's not in any term right now, he's out. But I think the underlying question you guys are trying to answer is, if somebody actually changes if they vote in a primary during the middle of their term of appointment, does that actually change their party? And then they would have to go off the board. In his case, he's already off the board, so that's not the question. But I think that, so really that's not relevant to whether Mr. Rector gets appointed, because if Mr. Rector gets appointed, he'll be off if you consider him to be a Republican. Anyway, that's how I'm thinking. I think we do need a legal opinion about whether somebody becomes the opposite party if they vote in a primary during their term. That's
yeah. I don't quite follow that. I think that Mr. Saylor is in that position until he's replaced. So, and we'll be happy to look at this in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you very kindly, Attorney Barb Mann. If I can plead with my fellow county board members, let's leave this where it stands and take it up again at the next February Committee of the Whole. And good. Okay, moving on to item number 5, list of appointments expiring in 2021. These appointments are in the agenda on pages 93 and 94. The liaison appointments is deferred until next month. And item number 7, redistricting for county board seats, discussion only. And if we all turn to our hymn book to page 95, we can, Ms. Kleppels kindly sent some, at the bottom of the page, board action is needed so that the portion maps can be drawn. And so the county board is charged with the task of determining the number of districts, the number of county board members, and whether voters shall have cumulative voting rights in multi-member districts. Good old cumulative voting rights. Would anybody like to discuss any of these three items? Ms. Taylor?
Yeah, as one of the freshmen, as far as redistricting goes, can somebody explain what that last one is about whether voters shall have cumulative voting rights in multi-member districts?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's an utterly fascinating piece of stuff, and there was a nice gentleman from Muhammad who was defeated for a county board seat that could have spoke to that to extreme length. But very simply put, if there's more than one person to be, if there's two persons to be elected in a county board district, and 3 or 4 people running for those seats, assuming that they're nonpartisan, or if this is in a primary, say 3 people running for 2 seats, that you can vote for 2 people, and as I understand it, you get a first choice and a second choice, and those are tallied, and the person with the highest number of first choices gets the gets their gets the wins that part of the election. But I don't remember whether it's the person that has the second highest number of first choice selections gets the second seat. Can anybody else, is anybody else more conversant with that topic? This sounds like a good.
I think you're talking about ranked choice voting. So I think
Or is that,
voting,
is that different from what this is?
yeah, cumulative just means you get 2 votes. So if there's 2 seats, you get to have 2 votes.
Oh.
So can everybody just have 1 vote, or do they get 2 votes? Ranked choice is when you do the first choice and second choice.
I stand corrected.
And I don't think our state allows ranked choice yet at this point, but we do allow cumulative.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Okay, can you, it says whether voters, so does that mean that during this, every time that the 2 people are elected, then they're always gonna have 2 votes? I mean, I'm just not getting this part. And I'm starting, I know it's late, but.
So Leah, there's 2 people in your district right now. There's 11 districts and each of them has 2 members.
Yes.
So in your district, people got to vote for 2 people.
Yes, but usually only one person every other year or every 2 years.
Right.
Yeah, but in 2022, everybody's up.
So that's all that part is saying, is that there's going to be 2 people for each district. I mean, technically
Like, for
4,
example,
right?
if somebody resigns early, there might be 2 people in your district that are running that year.
Okay.
So it just, you're allowed more than 1 vote if there's more than 1 seat.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Patterson?
I guess I just want to clarify. So it's like the county board used to have until the past decade 3 members in a district. one person would run in, let's say, like the midterm cycle by themselves. But then when the two people who were up in the presidential, they would be in the same race. So you would pick two bubbles under the same header. Because like right now, for example, Chris Storr and Mary King were just on the ballot together. They were on two different sections. You know, there was two different races you were voting in. But, you know, there could be a setup to where you have to pick two under the same category. So there's a distinction there. So we don't have that right now. We haven't had that for the past decade.
Mr. Thorsland.
Yeah, back to some of the fundamentals. I was attended all of the meetings of the panel that Rick Winkle ran when things were redistricted last time, and their direction was to switch from the 9 districts with 3 people in each to what we have now, 11 with 2 in each, to reduce the size of the board. That was the goal, was to reduce the size of the board. There was big worries about tied votes, but some of the things that came out of that were very important that I think we need to carry forward was there was an effort made by some groups to take the span of votes, the amount each district has equal number of voters with a plus or minus, and try to make the minus districts right at the bare minimum to get more of them into one party's control, and then jam all the other voters into districts at the maximum number to basically diminish the value of the votes in the urban districts and increase the value of the votes in the rural districts. There was also attempts at shapes like the pizza pie. The pizza pie means that you divide it up like a pizza, not monocle style, but the real pizza that's cut in triangles. It makes all the districts Republican because there's not enough pepperoni at the tip in the urban districts to make any of the districts actually anything but Republican districts. The end result that the commission talked about a lot was to make sure they maintained as equal districts as possible, 1 person, 1 vote. The board wanted 2 people per district so that you didn't have a night where you didn't have anyone. There was big discussion about single member districts, but if you lose a person, for example, tonight, we have a seat that's unfilled at the moment. That district would have nobody representing them at this meeting. So multi-member districts seem to be very important. I would behoove people, if it's out there and available, to go back and look at all of that was done back then. A lot of the points that we'll argue and belabor from here until May were made back then. We've shown for 10 years that tie votes aren't really an issue with a 22-member board. It meets the criteria of a smaller board from 27. It makes some of these complicated election days that Kyle just talked about less complicated because we generally stagger except for the census year. And I think we can pick from that a lot of work that we don't have to do again. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Thorsland. Ms. Michaels, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I missed this. I apologize. I had to step out for a sec. Back when we went from the 27 to the 22, everybody had to rerun and everything got redistricted. That's not the right grammar, but you know what I mean. Basically, everybody ran. There were 2 people, and then when we got back into the board meeting, we had a lottery for who had the 2-year term and who had the 4-year term. Is that what we're looking at doing again? Or are you saying that everybody has to declare 2 or 4 when they get on the ballot? That's another issue. It worked out really well that you were elected. You just didn't know if you got 2 or 4 to, you know, the first meeting and they drew your name out of the hat.
Question.
Keeps them staggered that way.
Kyle?
Diane, well, you kind of explained that like we kind of had background on it, but I've never heard that before, and it's very interesting. And as much as I want this debate to end, could you clarify what that process was?
Well,
That's super interesting.
everybody had to rerun when the redistricting was done, okay? But you didn't know if you were running for a 2 or a 4-year term. So what happened was, is two people from each area were elected. And then when you went to the actual board meeting, the first board meeting, where you're sworn in, that's when there was a lottery that said either you were the 2 or the 4-year term. I mean, it was basically like draw your name out of the hat for each district, whether you got the 2 or 4. Now, for the most part, most districts tend to have the same demographics, if you will, as far as Republicans or Democrats, for the most part, but not always. So it worked well, and I would see that would be the easiest and simplest way to keep the terms staggered, but there could be something else in somebody's mind for down the road. That's just something to look at.
Thank you. Ms. Furtado?
Yeah,
Stephanie?
I have a question. The Census Bureau has been in the news quite a bit lately because they've pushed the deadline on their apportionment. The last I saw, the earliest they said the earliest it would be available is March 6th. And so I guess I know this is a tentative schedule of activities, but is that going to impact the ability to get this done?
Ms. Kleppel, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. So the county board's part is first, and you need to decide how many districts and how many representatives. And that might take you a month or 2 to decide anyway. And then at that point, the census information becomes important, like we start drawing lines. So we have a couple of months to do that. The census normally is out by usually the end of February or the first week of March. So if it's going to be out again the first week of March, that's not a delay. If it's not out until May, then that's a problem. If it's out that late, my guess is the states will do a temporary revision to their timeline about when it's due. Currently, that's the schedule it's due by. I mean, we have to have something in place and approved by the 1st of July. So that's the deadline. And I tried to back it up so everybody had enough time to do what they needed to do, but it's really not a lot of time to do it. So we need to start thinking about it now.
Thank you for bringing up those 2 important points.
Also, could I just mention, Chris? So the first meeting of the advisory committee with me is going to be on the 14th of January, which is this coming up Thursday. And we're going to be talking about some of these things as well, orienting those folks about how the process works. I plan to record those sessions and post them so that you guys can see them and see what the issues are and see what's going on as we're talking about things, so that you're not surprised at the end, like, oh, here's a map and I haven't even talked about it with you. You certainly are welcome to go on that if you like, and I'm happy to do study sessions with the board itself if you want to do that. That's up to you guys, how you do this for your part.
Will these meetings not be public, Darlene?
They're not Open Meetings Act meetings because they're not a committee of the board. But I do plan to record them and make them available to the public, like we do with our YouTube after these meetings, so that people can see. And there are public hearing requirements, so those meetings will be public. And there are also I'm inviting outside people to come to the meeting. This first meeting, we're going to have 4 people talk about the previous process and what they think is important about the map. And then the next meeting, we'll have some more people come and talk about what they think is important about the map, so that the group gets a lot of different viewpoints about this. And I'm deliberately inviting people with different viewpoints so that they get a wide variety of things to consider. Just like Eric Thorsland was talking about. Eric, you might like to come talk to the group, what you think was important from your experience last time, and what you think people ought to be considering if they're making these decisions. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give people the information they need in order to try to figure out how to make a decision for drawing the map. So it's It's not an open meeting like the county board meetings, but there certainly is public participation. There will be public participation meetings and other information like that presented to the people so they can keep track of what's going on.
Sure, this will be taken up at the caucus meetings. If there's no further discussion on these important topics at this time, let's move on to the next item, which is item B, number 1, appointing Jim McGuire as a member of the Highway and Transportation Committee. Do we need a motion to appoint Jim McGuire? I see some heads nod, so I'm asking for a motion to appoint Jim McGuire as a member of the Highway and Transportation Committee.
So moved, Taylor.
Second, Patterson.
And moved by Taylor, seconded by Patterson. Discussion. Mr. Patterson.
I just want to take a second to apologize to Mr. McGuire for this oversight. It was simply, last second putting a memo together, and I didn't have all the people that I was supposed to have on that list. I hope that it was ultimately inconsequential, but I am very embarrassed and I feel very bad. It's nothing personal. I hope that this can make everything whole.
Not a problem, Kyle. Happens. I could get my donuts anyway, so you're fine.
Oh, you got the donut? Okay, well then all is good. Can the clerk please call the roll? Are you still there, Megan?
Yes. Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Pesalacqua,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yep.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
I guess so, yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson,
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Jim. Item C, County Clerk. County Clerk Aaron Ammons, are you online there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Store, I am.
Okay, hot diggity dog. There's, in your packet, you'll see reports for November, December of last year's, semi-annual report from July to December. Mr. Ammons, would you care to elaborate on some of the information that's submitted to us?
Yes, actually, here's where I would like to take the opportunity to do my post 2020 election report. And I have a screen that I'm going to share with you all, if I can do so. And but before I begin my comments, I know it's on everybody's mind what happened in our nation's capital. And I want to ask you all to use that as a backdrop as I share this information with you, because my staff and I, we were asked to run these campaigns during some very difficult times, not just COVID, but also what you'll see what happened in DC was the fundamental reason why what happened, what you saw in DC, was because the president was saying that, there was massive fraud in the elections and things like that. It got everybody all riled up, and folks are storming the Capitol thinking that the election was stolen. And this is the backdrop that the staff and I had to work in and work through, and not just the primary, but also the general election in particular, where the president is telling folks that, vote by mail is not safe, it's a fraud, and things like that. And we're telling at the same time, encouraging people to vote by mail because it was the safest way for people to vote. So I just want you all to understand that this is the framework that we had to operate in. And I think that we did an excellent job. So I'm going to share the screen with you all now. Can you all see that?
Not, not
All right,
yet.
here we go. There we go. What about now?
It's getting started. Thank you. There it is.
Okay, so I'm going to move through this pretty quickly, but this was the largest election in the history of Champaign County, and it happened during a pandemic. So that record 96,185 people who voted, 28,151 of them voted by mail. And we also had about 2,000 people surrender their ballot, who, whenever they did that, most of them spoke of being concerned about what was being said in the media about the safety and security or the processing of vote by mail. But of the 32,000 people who requested, 2,000 surrendered their ballots, but 28,151 trusted the process and trusted us in the office to handle their vote by mail. And we're very excited about that. We see that vote by mail is going to be, is here to stay, and it's going to be the new game changer for us here in Champaign County. Of course, you all saw some of the things about vote by mail and how SB 1863 expanded that. The use of the drop boxes has been tremendous all throughout Champaign County and across the state. Right now, it's going to be considered in the lame duck session to make sure that all elected officials who would like to use them will have the opportunity to use drop boxes in the coming elections. And of course, they were, like I said, a big hit here. The early voting, expanded hours, grant funding to election authorities, and then the State Board of Elections procured a whole bunch of PPE for us as well. The grant funding was tremendous. $624,442 that we handled at last year in relationship to elections. And we're very proud of that. I want to shout out Miss Angie Patton, the Chief of Staff, who was directly in control of the grant funding. And I'll send some shout outs to other folks towards the end. And as you can see, this is just a pie chart that we broke down where that money came from and what we used it for. The CARES Act money being the largest chunk of the money, but also Center for Tech and Civic Life was very instrumental. United Way, even I do want to say that was an interesting and innovative way to partner with United Way via the county, the CU Public Health District was who was involved in that, where we were able to get sanitation workers to go out and work the polls and do cleaning and sanitizing of the polls on election day. And of course, I should say that it was a 5-month turnaround on that. And the cost savings, the Champaign County Clerk's Office saved the county close to $500,000. And I say that because the things that were implemented by the legislature and what we were trying to do to help everyone vote safely during this pandemic, purchasing the sorting machines and the various different machinery and equipment, the opener, things that we needed to purchase to run the vote by mail, the drop boxes, all that stuff, I would have had to come to the county board to ask for that money to make sure that we had a successful election. So I'm very proud of us being able to save the taxpayers $500,000. Again, we talk about the vote by mail being the game changer. Prior to 2020, vote by mail was processed by the county clerk staff, and that was not an option for 2020. So once we ordered the equipment and automated the process, we had to do a lot of changes. We changed the former voting room into the vote by mail processing room, where we put the sorter machine and the scanning, the sorter as well as the opener. This process involved election judges from both parties working together each day to process vote by mail. And that's signature verification, initialing ballots, feeding ballots, addressing vote by mail challenges, A lot of work that was done side by side with both parties. Again, I mentioned earlier that there were 32,000 people who requested a vote by mail. 2,000 surrendered their vote by mail ballot in person, but they did vote. And then 28,130 returned their vote by mails. So we're talking about basically 30,130 people who returned their vote by mail out of the 32,000 who requested it. That is a 92% return rate. I haven't seen a rate that high anyplace else in the country. Just a shout out to as well to the facility staff, Dana, Chris, and all the guys over there. We ordered these boxes, of course, the colors and all that type of stuff. We can take credit for the design, but these guys came through and put the boxes in. And Champaign County clerk's utilization of drop boxes was indeed a big success. And an estimated 18,000 voters took advantage of the drop boxes throughout Champaign County. And that means that, that saved us a ton of postage because individuals who return their envelopes, their ballots via the drop box, we do not have to pay postage for that. So these are some of the various things that we did that we're very proud of. We relied on the experts out in Colorado when I went out there to visit and then to come back and implement those changes. We encouraged early voting and vote by mail through the Safe Vote Coalition, which was bipartisan effort of lots of different groups and organizations who were concerned about this process. Representative Ammons, Scott Bennett, Mayor Finan, lots of different organizations jumped on board. And what we did is we asked people to vote by mail as the safest way to vote, and then to early vote as the next safest way to vote. And they listened to us, and over 70,000 people of the 96,000 who voted, 70,000 of them either voted early or voted by mail. Of course, we implemented the drop boxes. We ordered plexiglass and put up partitions for all the early voting sites, stocked all the locations with PPE, invested in vote by mail for the long term, because we know that it's here to stay. And of course, we used that grant money so it benefited the county over the next several years. Utilized technology to improve training because Michelle Jett, our director of training right now, had to train some 600 judges via Zoom. And many of you can see the complications that we have just trying to run a meeting, but to do that and try to train 600 judges was a monumental task, and I think she did an amazing job. So we had a tech election day command center so that we could resolve issues very quickly. And we learned from our developers of the website that we had over 60,000 hits on election day, checking out the website, getting information, and over 90,000 hits just in the month of November. The education, what can be improved? We certainly learned some things. We're growing in the office. Education around how to surrender a vote by mail ballot was a big thing for us. People had a lot of questions. Education around third-party vote by mail applications, where we had to change the phone operation, the way that the calls were coming in, because when that third-party mail went out, people were confused about whether or not they had to vote by mail. So we got inundated with phone calls from that. More communication around election night results. We did send out to the media an advisory about calling races too early. I spoke with Channel 3 personally and told them how many people had turned out. So while they were calling races with 10,000 or 20,000 votes turned in, I can't explain. But we certainly learned some things, and we learned even more today as we talked about the election night results. We're going to do a better job of the vote by mail tracking to make sure that our system is a little clearer for everyone. And then a better explanation of the voter portal function, where people can find most of their information about how to vote, where to vote, and what other information is there in that portal. All right, so the future of elections, we see 2020 will be a turning point on how accessible elections can be. 2020 will also be a case study of when units of government work together for the people. The current model of having 86 polling locations staffed with election judges is not sustainable in terms of cost and operations. We're going to continue to scale and grow vote by mail and early voting. I had a lot of questions about this. This is part of a larger plan that we have. We are aware of polling locations and the importance of maintaining access, but we reduced the number from 95 to 86 in this presidential election and still increased the turnout by almost 3,500 votes and had a very successful election. So we're going to continue to scale and grow vote by mail and early voting. The 2021 elections will still be dealing with COVID-19, and we'll use the leftover supplies that we have to keep voters and judges safe. And we're going to work with the legislators on passing permanent expansion of vote by mail. And we've been able to talk with the legislators through the Clerk and Recorders Association and directly to some of the reps, myself, speaking with, of course, Representative Ammons and then Representative Stewart and a few others about the importance of drop boxes and some other important components of the expansion of vote by mail. And then Champaign County is now seen as a model on how to run elections. I've gotten calls from various different organizations, did several presentations about what we did here, and lots of different clerks are saying that they want the information that we have provided to make sure that they can duplicate some of the work that we're doing here. So to wrap up, I just want to thank you all for all your help. The Champaign County facilities installation of the drop boxes, that was very critical, and we didn't have to get out there and get involved in that. They took care of it. Champaign County Board, you approved a lot of the grants and budget amendments that we needed to make this happen, and we're very thankful for that. To my staff, I'm always got to shout them out: Angie, Michelle, Sean, Rita, Kelly, Maria, Patrice, AJ, Corey, and we have two new people, Cynthia and Phil, but then of course Matt, Chantel, Michelle. They do an amazing job in the office. Tammy Ogden helping facilitate the grants and budgeting. You are a lifesaver and a troublemaker. I'm just messing with you, Tammy. You do a great job. You know we appreciate you. Suzanne Brock helped with quick turnaround of grants and supplying proof of payment. And then of course the rest of the auditor staff, auditor's office, and for their patience and all their help. And any one of you in any way, shape, or form that you helped us pull this election off amidst such hostility and such conditions with COVID. We really do appreciate all of your help.
Oh, thank you very, very kindly for an interesting presentation, Clerk Ammons. And I offer my personal congratulations to you and your office and to Tammy and all of the county staff and all of the departments who contributed in various ways to make the election a success. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Does anybody have, I see hands up. Mr. Patterson, would you,
Sure.
do you have a comment or question?
I got it, Chris. I just want to take a second to acknowledge the challenge that you guys truly faced. Our primary was March 17th. For me, I think that when it comes to this pandemic, the moment in which for us as Americans, it really became real was as trivial or petty as it sounds, but when the NBA canceled its season on March 11th.
March Madness, yeah.
It is. I mean, it's a great unifier. It's something that more people agree. Obviously, sports something people agree on more than politics or anything else. But I think that was a moment for most of us when this thing that was going on was real and it was here. And that was on Wednesday, and the election was the following Tuesday. I mean, that Thursday was when March Madness got canceled the next day, and Illinois schools statewide were closed down on Election Day Tuesday, although most were at spring break at the time. Aaron, when do people sign up to be election judges?
I'm sorry, did you say when?
Yeah.
Like when can they? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, for the primary.
So right now we've had a couple of refresher courses already. So I think that Michelle and I are pretty comfortable with the people who have come in so far. There still is an opportunity if anyone wants to serve for the primary.
Well, I'm asking about, so if somebody served as an election judge in 2020 in the primary, when did they sign up for that?
In the primary, they probably signed up in January or February. So I mean, probably in January sometime.
Okay. And the point I'm making is that, as you guys know, election judges I'm just going to make an ignorant guess and say the median age is probably about 70. And these are people who signed up for this before they knew what COVID-19 was, before any of us for the most part. And so to have such a rapidly escalating situation going into the primary, it led to just historical epic numbers of late cancellations, of people who wanted to do their public service. So they held out to the last second and then just, couldn't do it. And the clerk's office, they adapted and they overcame, and they're able to deliver that election with just so much uncertainty and so many cancellations. And then moving into the general election, I mean, you go from a situation where early vote and vote by mail may account for 10 to 15% of the votes in a normal election. They had a situation where it was more of 75%. Systems aren't usually designed to just so rapidly change fundamentally how you're logistically doing things. But you guys were able to get the grant money, get the equipment, get the education you needed, and were able to deliver the highest turnout election in Champaign County history in such a fundamentally different way. So to be able to come in, less than 2 years on the job, most of the experience had left, and you guys were able to figure it out, get the money, and deliver the most successful election during the most difficult time. And I think that really has to be acknowledged.
I really do appreciate that, Kyle. I want to say that in that March primary, we were sitting there the night before, and we found out at like 9 o'clock that night that we had lost yet another polling location. The Steer place wouldn't be able to serve as a polling location.
Oh,
And so it was that tenuous for us all the way up to the very end, where we had to say, okay, how do we get this information out to all these people who are going to show up at the Steer place tomorrow thinking that they can vote there? Because that communication, they waited until the last minute. I had a couple of things going on there and we didn't find out to the end. In fact, we had a fire department come in the day before and say, hey, you can't use our location tomorrow because we're too concerned about the spread of COVID. And so we had to redirect all those people to the clerk's office as a universal location. And so the staff then had to handle a much greater load. And I just can't stop saying how important this is. And as essential employees, we personally served about 5,000 people came through the door on that day alone. And they were interacting with them. I was interacting with these voters on a regular basis, and in the midst of in the height of the spread of COVID. So, shout out. I just want to make sure that people understand how valuable they are and how important they are, and that they're doing this on the front lines and they're not complaining about it. So I just want to thank you for acknowledging that, Mr. Patterson. But I wanted to also take the opportunity to shout out the staff once again.
very good. Thank you, Kyle. Jim Goss, would you like to speak to the issue, please?
Yeah, just a quick question. Sorry, yeah, just a quick question. Clerk Ammons, thank you for being here so late this evening. Do you know when you're going to get the canvassed results actually up on the website, or is there a place I can go find those somewhere else?
Yeah, so we had our IT person is working on that currently, Mr. Goss. Of course, we're working on the consolidated election now, but it's been taking us a while to get that up, and we are working on it. As soon as we get it up, I'll get it to you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Ms. Straub?
Hey, Clerk Ammons. I just wanted to say that I received a card from one of my constituents and friends, Jenny Putman, this week, wishing my family Happy New Year and citing her time in your office over the general election as the highlight of 2020. And
Wow.
that was really nice to hear. And I just wanted to pass that on to you and your staff.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Ammons, would you care to speak?
I actually just wanted to know, Clerk Ammons, if you had an idea about will there be drop boxes for the municipal election?
Yes, Ms. Ammons, there will be drop boxes.
Oh, yeah.
To my knowledge, right now, seriously, and speaking with, wow, okay. Speaking with Representative Ammons earlier, and as well as talking to Ms. Stewart, Representative Stewart, and seeing the bill that is being put forth. Drop boxes are a part of a bill that's being put forth in the Senate right now. There's 3 other components tied to it, so it's moving a little slow. They may have to trim something down, but I have been assured by all parties involved that if nothing passes, the drop boxes will pass because everyone wants them to pass. So I'm very, very, very confident that we will have drop boxes for the municipal elections.
Okay, and I also wanted to share something that I shared personally, but with everyone, just because I feel like it's fitting for the clerk's office. The higher up you are, the more you see. Stay so high they can't reach you unless they rise too. Your office has risen so high and you did so well along with your staff. So I must commend you all for doing such a great job. And I hope for the foreseeable future that you all continue to rise high.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Dr. Furtado.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as I was watching TV this last week and being reminded how fragile our democracy actually is, one of the things that gave me hope actually was when I did my tour of the mail-in ballot process with Clerk Ammons' office that day. There were 2 of quite possibly the cutest couples I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah.
2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. Was one of them, I'm not sure which one, their anniversary. And they spent the entire day there opening ballots at these tables. And for me, that commitment on the local level to the forwarding of democracy it touched my heart when I saw them, but in the past week, that's been the thing that I've held close to my heart is the just deep investment that people have locally on free and fair elections. And just thank you to everybody who had part of that process over this last year in what was very, very difficult circumstances. In a real personal way, it's kind of what got me through this last week.
So thank you, Stephanie. And I'll just add that we're actually looking to get 6 more drop boxes so that we can get the 4 out in Rantoul, Muhammad, Tolono, and St. Joe, Savoy, and then I think we were looking for one other place in Northwest Champaign, maybe over by the unemployment office or near Parkland College. So we are looking to get more of those as well. And Stephanie, you're talking about it was either Mr. and Mrs. Pritchard or Mr. and Mrs. Powell, who are the 2 couples who've been there, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, but we have been able to lean on them and count on them to do just about anything. And they do a phenomenal job. The night of the election where we were there till late, the Powells were there the entire time. Miss Powell was standing next to me at the DS200s at the machines where we feed the ballots the entire time. And her husband, Mr. Powell, was in the election management room right there at the computer watching everything as a Republican representative. And when we left there late that night, that's when they left. And that's the type of commitment that they've had. And Jenny Putman and many others talked about what it's like working side by side, Democrats and Republicans in the office, especially during this time. And it's actually been a saving grace for a lot of people to see humanity and to see folks working together across the aisle for a common goal to have a fair, free, and accessible election here in Champaign County. And we're all very proud of that. Thank you all so much for your comments. We do appreciate it.
Thank you, Clerk Ammons. And I'll close this section by saying that I served as an election judge for several years. And I've never been more proud of my fellow citizens than serving as an election judge with the Democrats and the Republicans working together and each checking to make sure that everybody gets to vote and everything is done properly, orderly, and with all of the checks that need to be done. Very folks are very serious about that, and okay. Moving on to the next section, which is item B, number 2, resolution to establish the 2021 monthly meeting schedule for the county clerk's office. And this is a resolution, and I'll read it here. Kyle, do we take a motion before or after we do the resolution? Probably after, right? I forget.
You need a motion to discuss it.
We need a motion to discuss it, and then we vote on it. Okay, I'd like a motion to.
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
Second,
Better.
Taylor.
Okay, and second, Taylor. Thank you. Discussion? Or I'll read the resolution and then we'll discuss. Resolution to establish the 2021 monthly meeting schedule for the county clerk's office. Whereas the county clerk's office wishes to establish a permanent monthly meeting schedule for 2021 and beyond. Whereas the Champaign County Clerk proposes the second Wednesday of every month at 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. The full schedule of proposed dates, 2021 monthly meeting dates, which is January 13th, February 10th, March 10th, April 14th, May 12th, June 9th, July 14th, August 11th, September 8th, October 13th, November 10th, December 8th. Whereas the County Board of Champaign County seeks to ensure that the public has access to the Champaign County Clerk's office and continues to provide services with minimal interruption, and now, therefore, be it resolved by the Champaign County Board, Champaign County, Illinois, that the monthly meeting schedule be approved for the Champaign County Clerk's office. Presented, adopted, approved, and recorded this 21st day of January, Anno Domini 2021. This is on signed Kyle Patterson, Chair, Champaign County Board, recorded, attested by Aaron Ammons, County Clerk, and approved by Darlene Kleppel, County Executive. This is on page 101 of your agenda. Do we have discussion? Ms. Michaels?
Just a quick question. I mean, I'm in favor of having meetings. It's not that at all. I just wondered, I don't recall ever having to have a resolution for it. Normally just the department head goes ahead and has their meetings, and I don't have a problem with that. I just wondered why there was a resolution this time.
Hi, it's Angie. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can speak to that. We did that actually in 2020. We established a meeting schedule, and then we had some issue with the county board, and they wanted it needed to be approved through the county board. So we did that. If you remember, there was a lot of back and forth. This was before COVID. This was pre-COVID, where it was almost kind of like, unheard of to close the door for an hour for an all-staff meeting. So that's what we tried to do. And I just wanted to make sure, starting in 2021, that we had the resolution for the board and to make it permanent, because it's been really beneficial for staff and admin.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'm all about making sure everybody's up to date on stuff, so I don't have a problem with it. It just seemed kind of odd that it was a resolution to me, so I apologize for that.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no hands raised and nobody agitating here, would the clerk please call the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Very good. The motion passes. Item number 3, request for job evaluation committee to review a director of operations position for the county clerk's office. This is in your packet on pages 102 to 104. Do we have a motion
So
for,
moved.
yes,
So moved, King.
King? King, I'm sorry, my pen ran out of ink. Go ahead. Who was the second? Brad. Okay, thank you, Mr. Passalaqua. Okay, is there discussion on the motion? Seeing no hands and, oh, wait a minute, Mr. Harper.
Sorry about that. Mr.
No,
Swallow.
that's fine.
Aaron, is this a new position? Clerk Ammons, I should say, I guess, yes.
Angie's going to take it from here, but no, it's not a new, it would be a new position, so to speak, but it's the continuation of one that currently exists. Chief Patton?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We're just, again, this is something that, like Clerk Ammon said, is existing. Just to give you a little bit of history, the director of training position existed in the office prior to Clerk Ammon's coming in. It was largely considered a patronage hire. So as we've made extensive upgrades and improvements, as well as processes and procedures, a lot of which Clerk Ammon's just outlined in the post-election report, we thought it made sense to now to really kind of change this to make it fit for what is happening in our office. And that's why we wanted it to be considered for the Jobs Committee, Director of Operations. And this is just to send it to the committee. This isn't to make the position in the office. You're just voting to send this to the Jobs Committee for review.
Okay, you've probably in the past, I've had this question on, I don't care what department it is. And I know this comes out of your budgets, but I get concerned about spending more money, especially after the year we just went through and are still going through coming into 2021. So
for sure. And that's something that I left out. I apologize. We actually anticipate funding any salary differential with grant funding because of the scope of the work that the Director of Operations will be handling. It'll qualify for grant funding. And just as an aside, we received more than we anticipated by $80,000 for one of our election grants for fiscal year 2021. And just as another aside, we would anticipate continuing to help fund any salary differential going forward by using grant funding.
okay, thanks, Angie.
No problem.
Ms. Furtado?
I want to make a pitch for both this one and for the next one, and this has nothing to do with how you will vote if this comes back before us with approval, but I really think it would be good for this board when elected officials especially come to us and ask for things to be sent to the job evaluation committee, that we at least go through that process, because we don't want to, if we just keep denying these, we might be in a position where elected officials from either party might just decide to do whatever they want and not go through this process. This process, it allows us to have participation, but we have to actually participate in the process. So I was very concerned when earlier we voted down some of these kind of things that came before us, because if we just continually vote these down and we don't go through actually use the job evaluation committee, elected officials might just decide not to use the job evaluation committee, and that's not good. That would not be a good thing for us to have happen. So if we have to let the process that we have play out is my argument, and there will be an opportunity to vote on this again once their recommendation comes back.
Thank you. Thank you. Stan, do you have additional comment?
Nope, forgot to take my hand down.
Very well. Any other discussion? Seeing none, ask the clerk to call the roll.
Esri,
No.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
No.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Passalaqua,
No.
Paul,
No.
Rob,
Yep.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Look, I've got 16-4, the motion passes. Next item is resolution requesting the submission of a binding question of public policy to the electors of Champaign County regarding the eliminating of the office of the Recorder of Champaign County. Materials are found on pages 105 to 107. Can I have could somebody make a motion?
Yes. Thorsland.
Summers seconds.
Okay,
Did we miss moving something, or did we move those two to the job? There's two items, right?
No, we just had one, number 3 was the job evaluation. Number 4 is the recorder. Number 2 was the monthly meeting schedule. So I don't.
Are you reading number 1 for the next section, Jim, under treasurer? We haven't got to that yet.
Might be, thank you.
Very good. I will go ahead and read the resolution. Okay, give me a second here. Pull that up. Okay. Resolution number 2021-1. Resolution requesting the submission of a binding question of public policy to the electors of Champaign County regarding the eliminating of the office of the Recorder of Champaign County. Whereas the Champaign County Board places a high priority on the reducing of costs of county government and closely related overlapping administrative functions, local governments with excellent opportunities for consolidation, and whereas the functions of the office of both Champaign County Recorder of Deeds and the office of Champaign County Clerk include maintaining official records, and whereas voters in other Illinois counties have recently elected to consolidate the powers of and duties of the office of the Recorder of Deeds with existing county clerk offices to save taxpayer funds, and whereas Article 7, Sections 4, subsection C and 11 of the Illinois Constitution provide that a county board by a resolution may authorize a referendum to eliminate a county office, including the office of the Recorder of Deeds, and whereas Section 28-7 of the Illinois Election Code, 10 ILCS 5/28-7 provides that a governing body may initiate a public question as outlined in Article 7 of the Illinois Constitution through resolution, and whereas Section 28-2 subsection C of the Illinois Election Code 10 ILS 5/28-2 subsection C provides that a resolution of a unit of government which initiates the submission of the public questions pursuant to the law must be adopted no less than 79 days before a regularly scheduled election to be eligible for submission on a ballot at such an election. And whereas the next regularly scheduled election at which a referendum required by Article 7 may be placed on the ballot shall occur on April 6th of 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Champaign County Board, Champaign County, Illinois, a unit of local government, that the following binding question shall be submitted to the qualified electors of the Champaign County on April 6, 2021. Shall the office of the Recorder of Champaign County be eliminated, and all duties and responsibilities of the office of the Recorder of Deeds be transferred to the office of the County Clerk of Champaign County on April 1st, 2022. Do we have discussion to the resolution? Mr. Goss.
Yeah, it's late. I'm not going to belabor this. I'm not going to support this. I think this needs to come up in front of a general election where more people are voting. I'm not going to say that I'm not for consolidation. I'm all about saving money. I don't think we're going to save much money on it, but I think it ought to be in front of an election where there are more people vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goss. Ms. Wolken.
Yes, actually, I am in favor of this resolution, except for the very last paragraph, as Mr. Bombadak mentioned earlier. If this were to happen, I think it should happen sooner, not a year, because again, Mr. Ingram is just now coming in the office, and he's learning the job, so I'm not sure he would really benefit the transfer of the duties in the next year. So for that, I will not be supporting it.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you. Mr. McGuire.
Thank you. I have a couple different things. There's a comment about if somebody was against this, there should be some discussion about they should defend that, which I'd like to do. Actually, one of the issues I think is most important is that the public really isn't having an opportunity to discuss this issue. We aren't having a discussion to discuss how the office will be ran, what when it changes. One of the big issues is that this office creates a lot of revenue for the county, and I'd like to get an understanding of how that revenue will continue to transfer through to the county funds. Who will have control over that if there's a change in office? Next would be that there's a lot of discussion about how expensive this office is or how much money it's going to save. We are a large community with a very transient population, and obviously has been proven in the last year. A lot of transactions have happened, a record actually, and has been discussed. Slowing those transactions down when we charge a lot of fees, and changing the service that would be provided would be another issue that the public would be concerned about. There's a lot of discussion that 90% of the state does not do our separate recorder's office. Well, as someone put on Facebook, actually recorder's office did, 90%, we're 10%, or 10th in the state by population. Other counties don't have an election commission or have that office that we're considering consolidating it with have the same responsibilities that our clerk's office has, so that not necessarily comparable. So I'd like to get answers on all those. Then I'm a little concerned about how the timing and whether there should be a general election, how that got changed, because obviously it is a general election. People most interested in a county-wide office and voting would not likely come out in a municipal election. So will we be getting a good public response in this election? Why the number of days changed? I mean, is our man here to answer those questions? What are these differences in the information we received about whether this would be legal to do on this election or not? Someone said earlier about making sure we do things appropriately or they might change. Obviously, someone sues over this issue. That would be another reason to do it if for some reason we can't legally put this on consolidated election, which they differentiate in election law. And those are probably enough questions for now.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Mr. Patterson, you're up.
I'm going to try to be brief because it's late. With the additional documents, you'll see there's a memo that the recorder prepared for us. And actually the memo, if you look at the bottom note of it, was actually originally created by Deb Busey, and it was updated by the recorder. And if you read that note, Deb Busey originally created this in May of 2014, updated it in August of 2015, and then again updated it in June of 2018. Now it's been updated in January of 2021. Those are all times when the county board debated this issue. This is an issue that we have literally discussed 1, 2, 3, now 4 times over the past 6 years. Every county that's put this on the ballot in any recent year has passed this. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 counties over the past, I believe, 8 years, something. Since 2002. And, we're talking about everywhere from Cook County to Winnebago County to Tazewell County to Kendall County. It doesn't matter if you are a Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, everybody supports this. And you can also see in that memo, there's reference to the state statute. For local referendums, you can run them in any regular election, which this would be a regular election. So there are other counties that passed it on primary ballots. There's other county that passed it recently on a consolidated ballot. The voters overwhelmingly support this in every region of the state. If you support smaller government and less politicians, let's just move forward and vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, I really, really struggled with this decision, and I still continue to have doubts. As best as I know, and I've talked about this with the recorder, there's 2 tracks to the office. Yes, like the accurate recording of deeds, making sure that is done and it's also accessible later on, of course. And the second track really is just based on initiative, and those are projects, right? Like we can see examples on racial covenants, right? Like we can, with the data that we've recorded over time, like tell a story about this county that is more accurate than the one that's often presented, right? So like mapping patterns of divestment. Why does it seem Black neighborhoods such as Garden Hills don't have streetlights, right? We can find that out by following this track of information. With that said, I mean, there's obviously a strong public mandate for it, and I can't deny that. What I do want to say, though, is that, and I think this will be in good hands with our county clerk, I hope that we figure out a way to encourage that kind of project creation, thinking in advance, thinking about how that body can contribute, I guess, to the understanding of Champaign County and lift up voices that may have been overlooked, kind of buried in history. So again, really struggle with it. I'll reluctantly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Is there any further discussion on the, okay, Emily, you have your hand up. And, Jim, you have additional comment?
No, I just want to make sure that we do get the information about how the revenue is going to be handled coming through the office if there's a change. I want to know how it affects our budget.
Is Clerk Ammons or Mike, Recorder?
Yes, I'm still here, Chris.
I think that'd be a Tammy answer, not a Clerk Ammons answer.
Well, maybe.
Not that I don't like when I hear from Mr. Ammons.
Tammy, you still on? Or George?
Just
No? Go ahead.
This is Angie. Just really quickly, the money piece is statutorily, it's dictated by that, and we don't anticipate that changing. And of course, we would work with Tammy and finance to ensure the continuity.
And frankly, I would rather have a much more clear question from Mr. McGuire. I don't know what exactly that means. It's a very broad question. Any department head will have some flexibility with any budget for that department. So I don't see why I would commit to something that I don't even understand his question. So if there was some clarity from that standpoint, then I might be able to answer it better.
Well, I think the office generates almost over $1 million in fees and revenues to the county. And I'd like to have the understanding from the budget person how those funds are still going to be transferred through. We're supposed to be saving money. It's supposed to go from the recorder's office to the general fund.
Well, Mr. McGuire, if there are any sort of statutory regulations, anything that we're supposed to do with the office, then we will follow the guidelines and make sure that the office is ran the way that it's supposed to be.
There
Looks
you
like
go.
Ms. Kleppel has a question.
I just wanted to clarify, Tammy's not on anymore, I don't think. I think what you're referring to is that the recorder's office collects what's called revenue stamps, which generates quite a bit of income for the county. It's a revenue generating department, which is unlike most of our departments, which are not revenue generating departments. And so that money goes back into the general fund to pay for expenses of the county through the general fund. I think that's the question you're asking.
I think that is my answer, my question. I'm sorry. I'm still on.
Okay.
That is my question. And I want to know who can change that funding. Obviously, it's fee-based, which the county board is responsible for, but I'd like to make sure I understand how that works. Thank you. Thank you all.
Jim, I can maybe speak to it a little bit just as finance chair. When we pass the budget, we pass both a budget that accounts for revenues and accounts for expenditures, and that's what we're voting on, right? And so the allocation of both sides of that is something that we pass. I will say that in terms of just how the money flows into the county for every office, regardless if we do this change or not, that's going to be in a very because of the rollout of the ERP, there's a lot of work that's going to be having to be done, and that is being done right now with all of the different departments. And certainly this kind of consolidation would play into that. But in terms of the of how that budget would work, what I could commit to you, Jim, is I will make sure that I follow up with Tammy before the full before we meet on this with the full board for that discussion, so that she can Tammy always is my go-to person when it comes to how the budget actually works and how it's developed and how and what the strictures are on different kinds of funds, because I don't want to speak to that because different kinds of funds have different roles that are associated with them. So Jim, I will make sure that I follow up with Tammy before we have that full board to get you a good answer.
Thank you. That's what I'd like to see.
Okay. There being no other, oops, Ms. Wolken?
Yes, actually, I would like to move to amend this to change the date from April 1st, 2022 to April 1st, 2021.
Just a quick point of order. April, did you say 1st of 2021? Because that would be before.
I'm sorry, May 1st, 2021. Again, my opposition to this resolution is the date. I do not feel like having Mr. Ingram in the office for a year is beneficial to the office.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. And as I understand it, the person who, say again?
We need a second.
Do we need a second, or or was this offered as a friendly motion?
We haven't actually moved it. It's a discussion item.
Yes, we have. This was, the motion was made by Thorsland, seconded by Summers. And and Ms. Wolken is proposing an amendment. And if it's accepted as a friendly amendment, I don't think it requires a second. But if it is not a friendly amendment, then I think it does.
I always try to be friendly, Chris.
Well, this is a technical matter. This is a technical matter. Mr. Thorsland, would you accept this as a friendly amendment?
No, I'd like a second in discussion on it.
Okay, then we will have it. We will require a second.
Second, Goss.
Okay. Okay. So we will discuss the amendment. Okay, we've got hands up. Ms. Furtado, Professor Furtado, mix this up. Professor Furtado.
You're fine. Just as a point, I guess I just would like some clarification if perhaps the clerk or the recorder could just speak to why the date that was chosen, because I think that could inform our vote.
Actually, if the recorder is on, I would ask him to take that question.
Sure, yeah. So on top, there was an assertion earlier that suddenly I have magically learned all the things about the office that there is to know, but literally tomorrow is the first day that Fiddler, which is our main vendor, is having their welcoming for recorders and training. So that hasn't happened yet. So the idea was to get as familiar and working in the office to get as much information as I possibly can so that we can make sure that there is a smooth transition in handing things off. That requires the time that it takes to learn all the things in the office and then also spend the time to plan for all the things and the eventualities that people have raised as worries. So we figured we would, instead of setting it for a December date, which is how most other counties have done it, we thought we would give ourselves a year to transition it from one of us to the next. And that seemed like an appropriate amount of time for us to start planning and get things done. And if we can make that happen faster, we've spoken to our friend who has done this up in McHenry County, who actually stepped away from his position ahead of schedule. So if we can get to a good place, then that seems like a good option for us as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram, Recorder Ingram. Chair Patterson.
I move to call the question.
Oh,
Second, Summers.
okay. Question's been called. And so we can vote on the amendment. I'm sorry, Mr. Paul, the question's been called. And so we have to take action on that. I'm sorry. Would the clerk please call the roll? And we are voting on the amendment to the resolution, and the amendment would change the item for the April election from April 1st, 2022 to May 1st, 2021.
Esri,
Kyle, you have your hand up. Did I miss something? Nope. Okay. Go ahead. Please call the question. Or please call the roll.
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
No.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper,
Yes.
Humphrey,
No.
King,
No.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Hasselaqua,
Yes.
Paul,
No.
Rob,
No.
Rodriguez,
No.
Store,
No.
Straub,
No.
Summers,
No.
Taylor,
No.
Thorsland,
No.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
No.
Patterson,
No.
Okay, I have 13 to 7, and the amendment to the resolution fails. So now we can vote on the resolution itself as it was originally submitted. Would the clerk please call the roll for the resolution?
Esri,
No.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
No.
Harper,
No.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
No.
Michaels,
No.
Hasselaqua,
No.
Paul,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
No, and I guess you really don't want to save money.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson,
Yes.
Okay. I've got 13 to 7, and it looks like the motion passes. The resolution is passed. Guess that goes on to next step. Next item is D under the treasurer's office. Is Miss Cassandra, Treasurer Cassandra Johnson still available?
Yes, I'm still here, sir.
Okay, all right. This is item D, number 1, request authorization to send Chief Deputy Treasurer job to the Job Evaluation Committee for reevaluation and review. And information about this is on page 108 to 112. Can I have a motion?
So moved. Patterson.
Patterson.
Taylor.
Okay, Patterson. Taylor. Okay. Discussion. Boy, we're sure running out of wind. This is not the latest meeting that I've been to, by the way. Seeing no discussion and no hands up, would the clerk please like to call the roll?
Esri,
No.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Goss,
No.
Harper,
Oh.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire,
No.
Michaels,
Yes.
Hasselaqua,
No.
Paul,
No.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson,
Yes.
Okay, I have 14-6. The motion passes. Next item of B is E, other business, closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120-2 C, subsection C, paragraph 11, to consider litigation which is pending against or on behalf of Champaign County and litigation that is probable or imminent against Champaign County. So we're going to have to vote to go into closed session as as we've done in the past. And
Chair Storr,
yes,
I would like to make that motion, and with the addition of further moving that the following individuals remain present: State's Attorney, Chief of Civil Division Barb Mann, State's Attorney Julia Reitz, IT Support Brian Allison, Recording Secretary Megan Robeson, and our outside legal counsel from Ansel Glenk, Stephen Mart.
do we have a second?
Second, Michaels.
Very good. Discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll?
Esri,
Yes.
Hurtado,
Yes.
Goss, Harper,
No.
Humphrey,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McGuire, Michaels,
Yes.
Hasselaqua,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Ammons,
Yes.
Patterson,
Yes.
Okay, we have
Yes.
motion passes 17 to 1. So I guess we should kind of all
Is
go.
everybody on the same page of how, did everybody get the link for the closed session? Please just speak up now if you're a little confused on that. Diane?
Sorry, I got the link, but my question is, when we go back into open, we have to come back to this, or can we go into open in our closed session link?
No, we have to come back here.
Okay. Just wondering.
Okay, very good. See y'all later.
Boy, this looks like a cherry group tonight. I'm chewing on my cigar to stay awake.
Kyle, you better take your coat off. We got another hour.
No, we don't.
Chris, if you have a chairs report, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I do not have a chair's report. And
we do actually now.
don't
that
we
it-
have to call roll?
back?
Roll.
We gotta do a roll again.
Technically, to make sure we have a quorum still.
Mm-hmm.
3,
Present.
Hurtado. Here. Goss.
Here.
Harper.
Here.
Humphrey.
Here.
King.
Here.
McGuire.
Here.
Michaels.
Here.
Pesalacqua.
Here.
Paul.
Here.
Rob.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Store.
Here.
Straub. Here. Summers.
Okay.
Taylor.
Oh,
Thorsland.
Here.
Wolken. Ammons.
Here.
Patterson.
Here.
I'm sorry, Megan. I don't think I heard you say my name. Taylor.
Taylor.
Sorry. I'm here.
Thank you.
okay. There is no chair's report. Items to be put on the consent agenda are number 2A and number B2. So we have only items A, 2A, and number B2. As far as I'm aware,
Chris, I think
Do we-
just the first one in B.
okay. I was wondering about that. So that would be
And the appointment,
2A and part of B. Joseph Omo Osagi.
Sagia. And you also have B1.
B2 is the only other one that I have.
Chris, B2 is not a thing.
It's established, we voted on it. Resolution to
B1
establish-
actually doesn't need a resolution, so it doesn't need to go forward. It was just approved.
And then also was C2 unanimous?
Oh, I'm sorry, C2. I'm sorry, C2 was the one that was unanimous, yes. The monthly schedule for county clerk's office. I think that, yeah. I'm sorry, it was not B2, it was C2, and then A, 2A and 2B only Joseph Omo Asagi. So that's it, and then I will say, that's it for policy, personnel, and appointments. Back to Chairman Patterson.
All right, there is no other business, and I declare this meeting adjourned. I don't need a second. We don't need to vote. Pi said so. You guys have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Chris. You're amazing.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
Good
you
night.
are. Good night.